Mame village lay deep within the lands of Sloth, a forsaken territory carved into the Sin lands. This continent, the largest in the underworld, was deemed far too dangerous for permanent settlement by the main host of the Ars Goetia. The demonic field saturating the region warped space itself, suppressing teleportation to the point where only ultimate-class beings could even attempt it. Despite that, scattered settlements endured. Some housed devils who rejected aristocratic rule. Others sheltered those quietly exiled after severe crimes, their punishments softened by nepotism and buried influence. Regardless of the reason, life in the Sin lands was something most modern devils avoided. Mame village stood as an exception. Spanning land nearly the size of a university campus, the village resisted extinction through stubborn defiance. Thick walls of pitch-black stone encircled it, material so ancient and unfamiliar that even seasoned devils struggled to identify its origin. Walking toward the gates was a lone figure. She appeared 18, her pale skin unblemished, her bluish-violet eyes calm yet sharp. Long crimson hair flowed down her back, loose bangs framing her face. Too thin, blade-like horns curved skyward from her temples. Her attire was practical yet elegant, a violet sleeveless kimono top beneath a short black haori, fitted shorts, thigh-high stockings, and toeless combat shoes. An almost transparent demonic aura radiated from her body, refined and dangerously attuned to destruction. It acted as a warning rather than a threat, discouraging conflict before it could begin. Any devil who survived these lands understood one rule well: the unarmed were often the most lethal. Her name was Rias Gremory. Once a young devil of noble blood, now a demon who had severed herself from her lineage. She wandered the underworld not for conquest, but for strength. Strength enough to choose her own future. As the village came into full view, Rias slowed her steps, studying the architecture. Modest brick houses lined the streets, but at the village's heart stood a marble temple. Older than everything around it. Ancient. Revered. A foundation upon which the village had clearly been built. She made a mental note to visit it before leaving. At the gates, 2 armored devils barred her path. One stepped forward, his voice booming. Halt. Rias stopped instantly, raising her hands, palms open. I come in peace, she said evenly. I seek food and shelter for a day or 2. I also have goods to barter, acquired through my travels. If permitted, I'd like to explore the village before moving on. The guard studied her for a moment before activating a small terminal. Name: Rias Gremory. His brow lifted. That doesn't sound like a name tied to the Ars Goetia. Yet your aura carries Baal's signature. Rias smiled faintly. The name is one I chose after leaving them. Being born into power may be a devil's dream, but I desired freedom. Achievement earned by my own hand. I may return someday, but not today. The guard chuckled quietly and finished typing. Very well. You may enter. The inn is the blue-roofed building on the right. A few warnings, though. Don't approach the temple without a priest's guidance, and avoid Enki Abaddon. He has a reputation with well-endowed women. Rias blinked, then nodded. Thank you for the warning. I appreciate it. With that, she entered Mame village. 2 hours later, Rias closed the door to her rented room at the inn. The interior resembled a small log cabin, likely an aesthetic choice rather than necessity. Setting her belongings aside, she sat on the narrow bed and exhaled. Becoming a demon had removed many biological inconveniences, something she had grown deeply grateful for during her travels. Closing her eyes, she activated her prophetic sight. The world shifted. She stood within the temple. Diadora Astaroth loomed before a trembling priestess, tearing away her sacred garments. The vision jumped forward. Her body lay broken and lifeless, defiled. A pawn piece hovered above her corpse. Before the ritual could begin, Diadora turned. A muscular blonde man with gray eyes stood nearby, stating calmly that his part of the deal was complete. The sandpit cache had been established days ago. Diadora nodded in satisfaction. The scene shifted again. He exited the temple. As Rias's perspective followed, she noticed a digital clock displaying the date. Tomorrow. The vision shattered. Rias opened her eyes, disgust curling in her chest. She had long rejected blind devotion and forced sacrifice, but that did not mean she tolerated its violation. Those who chose such paths deserved protection, not desecration. Her separation from Devil's society had freed her conscience. The sandpits. A cache of information. That would be her starting point. Resistance was likely, but manageable, provided no one reported her presence. What troubled her was something else. Teleportation. Diodora lacked the strength to breach the Sin Lands unaided, and he would never willingly live here. That meant someone else had opened the path. Someone powerful. An ideal outcome would be removing him permanently without drawing the attention of the four Satans, especially Ajuka Beelzebub. With a quiet sigh, Rias lay back on the bed. As long as I move carefully, she murmured, this should end cleanly. Tomorrow, she would act. The following morning, Rias made her way toward the town square. It sat uncomfortably close to the temple, close enough that she could already begin forming a mental layout of the area. If things unfolded the way her vision suggested, knowing distances and sight lines would matter. Her gaze swept the square until she found what she was looking for. An information broker's shop. In territories governed by the Ars Goetia, DevilNet had long since rendered such professions obsolete. But the Sin Lands were different. Signals were unreliable, teleportation distorted data transmission, and even the most established pillar families struggled to gather meaningful intelligence here. Whatever spy networks existed managed to scrape together fragments at best. Stepping inside, Rias approached the counter. I'm looking for information on a place called the Sandpits, she said calmly, and a detailed map of the surrounding area. Something compatible with a field terminal. She couldn't help but miss her old devil phone. It had been vastly more advanced. Unfortunately, every one of those devices carried embedded location relays. Keeping it would have been an invitation for her parents to find her. Terminals were crude by comparison, but discreet. No problem, the broker replied, already reaching for a USB stick. That'll be $50 devil dollars. As he worked, he glanced at her with mild curiosity. Not many travelers your age wander these lands. Especially not alone. Freedom has a way of forcing growth, Rias replied. I'm no exception. He hummed in agreement. Fair enough. Still, I should warn you. The four Satans have been paying far more attention to this continent lately. Especially after the disappearance of one of their family members. His eyes sharpened. If you don't want that kind of attention, I'd tread carefully, young Gremory. Rias smiled faintly, lowering her gaze. It's pandemos now, she said. That life is behind me. The broker grimaced. I'm no seer like your ancestors, but based on what I know, he hesitated. You won't be avoiding your family for much longer. Her eyes snapped up. What do you mean? The Gremory and Phoenix families intend to formalize your engagement to Riser Phoenix by the end of next month. With or without your consent. The air exploded. Rias's suppressed power surged outward in a violent wave, crushing the shop like an invisible ocean. The broker slammed to the floor, unable to breathe, demonic pressure pressing down on his soul itself. His vision darkened. PL, please, SD. The pressure vanished. Rias froze, horror flashing across her face as she rushed forward. I'm sorry, she said quickly. I lost control. The broker gasped, then laughed weakly as he pulled himself up against the counter. Don't apologize, he wheezed. Comes with the job. Sensitive intelligence tends to provoke reactions. He glanced around at the cracked walls. Though I'll admit, my wards barely survived that one. Mid-ultimate at least, conservative estimate. He slid the USB stick across the counter. Information's on the house. From one concerned parent to a young woman who clearly needs it. Rias bowed deeply, setting the $50 devil dollars down alongside a glowing crimson gem. That should reinforce your wards up to high ultimate. The broker stared, then smiled. Much appreciated. Good luck out there. Rias didn't waste another second. The Sandpits. The location lay several miles southeast of Mame Village. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a cavern carved into the earth. But the moment Rias stepped closer, unease settled deep in her chest. This wasn't physical danger. It was prophecy. A warning of something so vile it would make even the original pillars recoil in fury. Inside the cavern, the air was thick and musty. The scent was unmistakable. Repetitive. Excessive. Her vision from yesterday made the implication clear. Strangely, there was no sand. She made a mental note to ask about the name later. Raising her hand, Rias activated a delayed summoning tag, locking onto her brother's signature. She didn't want to involve him, but this atrocity required witnesses. If this reached the wrong ears first, Satan Beelzebub's wrath would follow. Creeping forward, she crouched low and peered into the clearing. What she saw made her blood run cold. Holy maidens, still wearing the sacred garments of their faith, were chained by their limbs, suspended in grotesque positions. Some were unconscious. Others were hollow, broken in mind and spirit. The rumors were true. Diodora Astaroth's obsession ran far deeper than depravity. Now it made sense why evidence never surfaced. This operation wasn't even on the same continent. Devices malfunctioned here. Surveillance failed. And if this ever reached the church? War. Rias exhaled slowly. Her brother needed to see this. She placed the summoning tag on the ground and set it to activate in 1 hour. That gave her time to return to town. Given the chaos brewing back home, perhaps being found soon wouldn't be the worst outcome. That engagement had to be erased before it became law. Turning toward the exit, she stopped. A silhouette blocked the entrance. Blonde hair. Broad frame. The man from her vision. "I know you're there, Rias," Enki Abaddon called out. "No point hiding. You should really watch for alarms." "You're infamous," Rias replied coolly. "Your name came up the moment I entered town." She glanced back at the clearing. "Though it seems your guards didn't grasp the scale of your crimes." "We're devils," Enki sneered. "Sin is our nature. These maidens should feel honored." Her eyes hardened. "If that's what you believe, then you're already lost." "Enough," he roared as his newly awakened ultimate-class power erupted, crushing the cavern. "You think you can escape me here? Teleportation barely works on this continent." Rias smiled. "Who said anything about escaping?" Black and violet demonic power condensed into a thin blade in her hand. 8 fist-sized orbs materialized behind her, rotating slowly. Before Enki could close the distance, 4 of them fired. Destruction lances pierced his elbows and knees. In the next heartbeat, her blade impaled his heart. He felt it immediately. Not destruction. Consumption. His soul was being devoured. Enki collapsed lifeless. Rias searched the body, finding only a small black orb. Her prophetic sense screamed danger and significance. Temple-linked. Karmically weighted. She stored it away. As she exited the cavern, she cast a disposable ward, sealing the entrance for 30 minutes. Enough time. Enough control. Diodora would panic soon. And that was exactly what she wanted.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mayam Temple. Walking towards the temple, Rias decided to skip talking to the priestesses and go inside the ancient structure. As the marble was connected to this location, she decided to place it within her pocket. As she arrived inside, she noticed a set of stairs leading down and set about walking down. She didn't notice, however, that the marble in her pocket had started to glow in a soft light. After what felt like an hour of walking, she reached the bottom. Looking around, she noticed thick marble pillars spaced out in 2 rows, one on each side of the complex. Unlike the pillars outside, these were glowing in a soft light. Slowly, she began walking forward. Whispers could be heard speaking of miscellaneous things from battle plans to dinner plans. It almost seemed like people's thoughts were being projected in this space. It made her wonder whether these whispers were echoes of the past or the present. Sighing, she continued forward. Deeper in, she noticed marble statues of what appeared to be great heroes with a variety of weapons. The odd thing was, they resembled heroes of various myths and legends. Finally, she approached an altar surrounded by a large blue magic formation. In the center was a small hole the size of a marble. Realizing what she needed to do, she placed the marble in the center of the altar and watched with awe as the temple lit up. The soft glow that had previously decorated the pillars being a bright beacon of light. The statues that had previously appeared normal seemed to come to life as their eyes shone in the same color as the pillars. Circuit-like lines spread across their forms. Suddenly a voice rang in her head. After several millennia, an heir has finally arrived to inherit my mantle. Heir? Seriously? Heir? What do you mean? Now that she thought of it, it was odd that she saw a vision of the defilement of that priestess last night. While it's a tragic event, that wouldn't have enough karmic weight to appear on her powers without her focusing on it. Considering that she wasn't, it must have been the temple that the vision wanted her to visit. The tragedy that would happen here was just the largest concentration of karma that would occur in the next couple of days. Yes, you were chosen long ago. My remnant power of divinity brought you to this place. The voice stated mechanically. What position would I be an heir to? She asked. As interesting as this is, I hope it's not something too annoying. I ran away from one such destiny already. The keeper of the Akashic records. That is the position. It's the position of the one who directs change in an era. You possess great power. Power that will grow over time as well as the means to foresee where to direct it. With those tools and the divine authority that you would inherit, you would be the perfect inheritor of this position and the second demon god to exist. Demon god? There was a demon god. She noticed that one glaring fact in his statement. While the rest was cool, she was more concerned with an aspect of history she hadn't heard of. A position above a Satan. Yes, the one known as the Lucifer claimed the title when he fell. He absorbed the negative aspects of the biblical god's divinity and integrated that into himself. The divinity allowed him to bestow upon 72 of his brethren the demon pillars they would become famous for. The powers they would be known for manifested as a result of specific characteristics of their personality and character. Shocked Rias stared at the altar. The implication of this were something she didn't miss. I can change the fate of the devils. I'd be able to solve the issues that drove my parents to be desperate enough to sell their own daughter. Conviction shining through, she nodded her head. I would be honored to accept the position, but I have two final questions. Why was I chosen, and how will I know more about the divine abilities I will acquire? Chuckle, she couldn't see a face, but she swore the being was smiling. You were chosen for your decisions that lead you here. The decision to throw away your blanket of safety to carve your destiny into your ideal. The perseverance needed to reach this point through 10 years of strife. The responsibility needed to sacrifice the current form of your freedom and anonymity to prevent a potential war. These things made you worthy. The powers that you have inherited and honed make you the ideal vessel, and the growing need of the underworld for change makes this the ideal time. As for your powers, you may explore them through mediation. As the keeper of the Akashic records, you will have access to memories and knowledge beyond your conceivable imagination. Your power of prophecy will make navigating the records possible. As sad as I am to say it, I did not have this power in my times, so I was more a glorified guard than a true inheritor. You will go far, young Pandemos. Without realizing it, tears were streaming down her face. She was acknowledged. Her personal struggles were praised. It would likely not be so for a while, considering she would be heading back into the fold of the aristocracy for a while, but she would enjoy it now. It wasn't worthless. It wasn't futile. I was able to make a positive change in my fate, and it'll be helpful to other people too. Thank you, Sobs, you don't know how much I appreciate that. You've earned it. Now, place your hand on the center of the altar. The marble had received my power and will be merged into you. Once it does, it will melt into your being. This will cocoon you to facilitate the transformation for about a week. Ria's gaze snapped up to the orb. A week. But my brother should be nearby now. He'll be looking for me. Worry not, young Pandemos. I will inform him of the necessary details should he arrive at this temple. You were planning to settle your marriage business anyways, so this will present the perfect opportunity for you. Sigh, I guess you're right, Rias mumbled begrudgingly. Besides, she smiled, dispelling the previous melancholy. This is an opportunity too good to pass up, and Diodora should be taken care of without my further intervention. Indeed, and even if not, he will not act within this temple. I will make sure of it, if only for your peace of mind as you go through the transformation. Stepping forward, she placed her hand on the altar. The circle began to glow with a light comparable to the sun. Her eyes closed and her consciousness faded as she was cocooned in tendrils of divine power leaking from the floor. A transparent barrier appeared in front of the statue closest to the stairs, its walls preventing entry and preventing outsiders from grasping the true nature of the divine power at work. The sandpits. Back in the cavern, a red teleportation circle emerged from the ground. Appearing out of it was a handsome young man with shoulder-length long red hair. He wore a suit of silver armor with spiked shoulder plates and a black mantle covering his form. This was the man rumored to be the strongest Satan, the Crimson Satan Surzex Lucifer. He is also Rias Gremory's older brother. Next to him was a silver-haired maid with red eyes and back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest was let down ending in twin braids. She wore a blue French-made outfit that declared her position to the world. This was his wife and personal maid, the strongest Queen Graphia Lucifuge. Looking into the clearing, their eyes widened in horror. Not at the evidence of barbarous acts, but at the implications of them. They had been around for a long time and had seen many things far worse than this, but never had they seen such a gross violation of the peace treaty than this in recent years. The implications were clear. The odd part of it was the fact that someone actually had one of his summoning tags. To summon a Satan was no simple feat. They had to find out who it was. Graphia pulled out her phone and started sending for backup, not needing her master's explicit orders to do so. It was clear that this scene needed to be examined by their most trusted team of forensic investigators. Looking to the side, it was clear that they also had a body to interrogate in the form of a corpse. Narrowing his eyes, Surzex looked around. Do you have any ideas, Graphia? In response, she tilted her head. Honestly, my first suspect would be someone rather sensitive to the devil faction, he sighed. I guess you're right. There's only one devil in recent memory that has an unhealthy obsession with holy maidens, and the demonic energy signature of the Astaroth house is littered all over this place. She nodded. My guess is that he never expected to get caught. Based on our current coordinates, we're in a small village in the land of sloth. It would make sense that he wouldn't expect to get caught here. Even if he was, who would be able to report him? There aren't many people who can contact a Satan, and most devils wouldn't want to risk their skins to conduct the investigation. Frankly, he was just unlucky that whoever found this had your summoning tag. The Satan nodded. But who would have been able to call us, he thought as he looked around. When he saw the tag used to summon them, his eyes shone with excitement. It's her. This is her tag, and this demonic energy definitely resembles her signature. It's a little different, but I would put my money on this being Ria's signature. Graphia. He whispered, tears pooling in his eyes. Yes, Mast. She paused as she followed his line of sight, seeing the tag. Her eyes widened in realization. Let's complete this investigation fast. Then we'll investigate the area. She couldn't have gotten far. Based on the scene in front of us. That corpse is only an hour old. Surzex resolutely stated as he began walking towards the maidens. Nodding, Graphia began to follow him, but stopped. She looked at the corpse, eyes narrowed. From his remnant energy, he was an ultimate class devil, and there doesn't seem to be signs of a struggle beyond his wounds laced with trace amounts of power of destruction. This fight ending quickly and easily. It wasn't even much of a match. She thought as she walked toward it. Assuming she's the one who did this, time has been very good to her skills, though I believe that should be a given considering where it appears she's been this past decade. I'm looking forward to seeing her progress. Mayam Temple, 2 hours later. Following the trail of demonic energy and the directions of those in this small town, the two devils tracked Rias down to this temple. It sounds like she entered this temple about an hour ago. The odd thing was that going down to the level where she's currently located should have been impossible if the local priestesses were to be believed. That's another odd thing. They weren't aware religions were practiced in the underworld, but from the looks of it, these ruins came from an age long since past, and the priestesses were simply fulfilling a form of ancestor worship. Walking down the stairs, they arrived at what appeared to be a transparent barrier. Behind it was a glowing blue cocoon composed of shining cerulean blue thread. Slowly the thread appeared to be taking on a more violet hue, with black flakes bleeding into certain threads. Unfortunately, the barrier seemed to block their senses. Crimson Satan, a voice boomed in their minds. "Who is this?" Graphia shouted, taking a defensive position in front of her master. A hand went out and blocked her before she did anything rash. Graphia calmed down. "We need to approach this cautiously. If I were a betting man, Rias is likely encased in that cocoon." With that said, he turned toward the altar. "Who are you, and what have you done with Rias?" His voice firmly asked the mysterious presence. "Who I am is unimportant. I will cease to exist in a week's time. What is important is that young Pandemos is currently accepting my inheritance. She has passed my assessment for passing on my legacy. It will take a week for the process to be complete, though." Eyebrows raised, Surzex had a hard time believing what he was hearing. "This sounds odd. I've heard of these types of inheritances from dead or dying gods, but the criteria is always extreme. What could she have done to meet his requirements?" Unlike what most would expect, he didn't doubt that what the voice said was true. He can feel the residual divinity in the air, and though he can't identify the exact nature of the entity before him, the being's intentions resonate through his energy. As the inheritor of Mantle of Lies and Schemes, he has a near-prophetic mastery of these concepts that allows him to see the true intentions of even beings skilled in deceit, such as the Norse god Loki. "Graphia, please keep watch over this sanctuary. This will be your top priority over the next week, while we wait for this process to be finished. Based on my understanding of the situation, acting to prevent what's already happening would only hurt Rias at this point. We'll deal with the consequences after the fact." Graphia nodded and began setting up wards to act as detection mechanisms and deterrents for trouble. After explaining his insight into the situation, he ignited his teleportation circle and disappeared to handle his responsibilities regarding the Holy Maiden incident. He needed to bring in a Juka. Mayam Temple, 1 week later. A tremble ripped through the temple. Looking up, Graphia noticed the barrier shattering. Suddenly, a tide of Satan-class power washed over her. Her eyes darting over to the cocoon that appeared to be unraveling. What appeared before her shook her to her core. The little girl she had once known had changed. Waist-length flowing cerulean hair with loose bangs covering her forehead and the sides of her face. Upon her temples, 2 thin blade-like horns curved toward the sky. She appeared to be 18 years old with ruby-red eyes and a buxom figure. Upon her form is a violet sleeveless kimono top with a black short-sleeved haori, black short shorts, thigh-high stockings, and black Tolis combat shoes. She had certainly grown up and changed if her hair, horns, and eyes were any indication. What really shocked her, though, was the power she emitted. While she has certainly benefited from this arrangement, she would have already had to have been ultimate class for her body to withstand this level of power. As she was contemplating, 3 Tomo-like marks spinning in a circle appeared on Ria's right hand. With their appearance, Ria's power level fell back to the middle ultimate level, clearly sealed in what appeared to be a triple-layered restriction. Probably for the best given the uproar that it would cause for a new Satan class to appear. Slowly Ria's eyes regained their clarity. Well, that was interesting. She had spent a week grasping the fundamentals of her new divinity and had quickly applied a seal on herself, so she could get used to the increased levels of energy. From inside herself, she felt the embryonic form of a true form, the proof a super devil. It seemed like she would catch up and exceed her brother in very little time. Smiling to herself, she looked up and sighed. "I knew she would be here, but it really is a little disappointing that I have to deal with this now," she thought to herself as she prepared to speak. "It's been a while, Graphia." "It has indeed, mistress," Graphia replied stoically, though her eyes reflected the gratitude she was feeling for being reunited with the lost princess. "I'm not your mistress anymore. I don't even go by the name Gremory anymore. I left the family to create my own destiny. I don't need their burdens to help the Devil Society proper. Graphia's eyes widened. Changing your last name won't change who you or your family are. You have responsibilities to fulfill. Running away doesn't solve anything, it just makes things worse. Rias shook her head. Then I will just crush those problems. Where before I was a victim of my family's whims, now I can shatter the binds that they have over me. I've heard of this marriage that's being held without my consent or presence, and I will not stand for it. Either Riser will forfeit his bid or he will die by right of combat, she stated with narrowed eyes. Graphia didn't like what she was hearing. This would be a disaster. Death matches were perfectly legal in this situation, but would shatter the glue that currently holds the two houses together. Their relationship would fall apart the second Riser's last breath leaves his lungs. You can't do that, it would ruin everything your family has worked hard to build. One of House Gremory's strongest allies, gone in one stroke. That's your business. If you seek to control my destiny without seeking the best outcome for all parties, then I will do so as well. I will take back my freedom of choice with an olive branch or with blood. It doesn't matter which. She had to tell Surzex. This could be bad and there's nothing they could do to stop it. Just as they didn't have the right to stop Risers due to the marriage contract, so too didn't they have the right to stop Rias due to the underworld's laws involving marriage contracts. It would be seen as favoritism towards the Gremory house. It would be more damaging than just annulling the contract altogether. They had to prepare. A storm was coming. Phoenix Mansion. Rather than allow Graphia to direct her back to Gremory Mansion, Rias teleported herself directly to the Phoenix Mansion, the home of her life's nightmare, the symbol of her childhood's despair. Looking at the monolith of a building, she shook her head. The structure that used to bring her fear now looked quite small in comparison, metaphorically at least. It's now or never. This ends now. As she finished that thought, a tsunami of high ultimate class energy erupted from her form as she roared. Riser Phoenix, I Rias of the Gremory demand your presence by invoking the marriage contest clause of Devil Law. Her voice boomed against the mansion as guards poured out of the mansion like ants out of a colony. Walking out slowly among them is a young man with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, wearing a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that with the top two buttons unbuttoned, giving a slight view to his chest. His expression clearly showing an arrogance befitting a young master. Well, he stated slowly, his eyes climbing upon her form, drinking it in like fine wine. So the runaway princess has come to face her fate, he stated derisively as if looking at a cheap whore. Indeed, I'm here to settle this Riser, she stated firmly, glad that her outfit concealed a good part of her skin. Well, it looks like you learned a thing or two while hiding away. Bluffing. It doesn't suit you. Honesty is more your speed. He sneered as he talked, fully confident in any challenge she could throw. He clearly didn't believe that the energy she was emitting was her actual power. This isn't him being arrogant, just realistic. Devil power climbed slowly and the highest she could be expected to reach by this age considering what he knew about her personality was upper high class. What she was presenting was absurd. She would have had an easier time bluffing her way through this if she posed as a low ultimate class. At least then I'd have to think a little snicker. I agree, honesty is more my speed. That's why I'm here to say this. Riser Phoenix, I officially challenge you to a death match in accordance with Devil Law. If you defeat me, I will marry you immediately. When I defeat you, you will die. Your only alternative to this match would be to rescind your bid for marriage. Otherwise, we will battle in 3 days. Good day. With that said, she turned around and began to walk away, a teleportation circle igniting beneath her feet. Wait. You can't challenge this marriage. It's for the good of Devilkind and our families. Even if you did, it would be through a rating game. He roared in anger. How dare this bitch challenge me? She hides away for a decade and expects to challenge me with all the training I've done. Ignorance. Turning to give one last look, Ria's gaze briefly flickered over to an approaching couple she could only assume were Riser's parents, then back to him. I just did. It will be in 3 days. I've already notified Graphia, so the official details will be presented later. "See you on the battlefield, Riser," Ria's last words rang as she vanished in the circle. Riser snarled and turned around to see his parents grimacing in contemplation. "Riser, we need to talk," said the man who looked like an older version of his son garbed in a white suit. Gremory Mansion. Approaching a massive complex easily the size of multiple football stadiums, Rias was once again reminded of the luxury devils, and by extension her family, were known for. In a weird way, I miss this. In another, I really don't. What the financially prosperous devils lack in hardships, they make up for in chains, taking the form of responsibilities to the house and devil society. This would need to be a temporary stay. She would not suffer the madness of the aristocracy for long. She would make her contributions to society elsewhere, preferably in the Sinlands, where she can shape her ideal paradise away from devil society proper. Walking up to the door, she raised her hand and flashed her old magic crest, the crest of Gremory. While she doesn't use it anymore for anything practical, it does serve her to identify her as a member of the house. Stepping inside, she sighed. Why am I not surprised they already know I'm here? Just ahead were a legion of maids lined up on both sides of the central walkway, as if for a procession. In the center were 4 people. On the left side were Grafia and Surzex. On the right side were her parents, the people she wasn't sure what to feel about. Her father, Rias Gremory, was a tall man that looked like a male version of her old appearance. Long crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes with the same white skin that she shared. He appeared to be wearing a similar suit to Lord Phoenix with the top buttons unbuttoned. Her mother, Venelana Gremory, stood next to him with her long flaxen hair and violet eyes, a common feature of those hailing from House Bale. She was wearing a simple white dress with exposed arms and long white longs going up to her upper arms. She would have honestly looked like an older version of herself with different coloration were it not for the additional features she acquired through her journey to become a demon goddess. Once her mind finished processing the scene in front of her, she froze. Tears pooled in her eyes as she captured their forms. While she didn't agree with their decisions or their perceived notion of where she fits in the big picture, that didn't mean she didn't love them. On the contrary, as a Gremory, she loved them to an excessive degree. It was a very hard first couple of months after running away from home. Seeing them again made all those thoughts and feeling rush back to her. Before she could regain her wits, however, her mother slammed into her, bringing her into a strong embrace. "It's so good to see you again," she cried while hugging Rias. "Please don't ever disappear like that again. It was so hard without you." She was clearly struggling to get those words out through her sobs. Seeing her mother cry like this, it really struck home just how much her disappearance affected them. Joining in on the hug, her father came in on the side. "It's good to have you back," he stated with a large smile. Times like these really remind her that, while this man may be the callous Duke Gremory that sold her off like some prized breeding mare, he was still her father who clearly loved her on some level. Grafia and Surzex stood on the side smiling. Surzex especially wanted to get in on the hugging, but he knew his parents needed this. They had blamed themselves for years after Ria's disappearance, especially due to crushing realization that it was their actions that drove her away. They hadn't yet mentioned where they found her. That conversation would be a can of worms in itself. After a few more minutes of bonding, Surzex suggested they move to Rias' study to talk more on her journey and discuss the particulars of the deathmatch challenge that had just been issued. While he would have preferred to save this conversation till the families had its time to bond, this was a very serious affair for the underworld. A death match was something that hadn't been called for in a long time, dating back to the days of the original Satans. The reason is that it goes against Devil Society's very nature to make a permanent arrangement that fractures relationships and burns bridges. It's one of the reasons raiding games were so popular. Why burn a bridge and dwindle the pure blood population further when you can have a raiding game, get what you want from the other team, and the loser is still a contributing part of society? The biggest problem is that he was very aware that Rias would not let this go unless Riser surrendered beforehand or died during the match. It would send a clear message that this should never happen again, a very Bale move to do, destroy everything that stands in the path to your ideal. Rias' study. Upon arriving in the rather large office, her father took his seat behind his desk. She took a seat on the left side of the desk, while the rest of the group sat on the other side. Sigh, all right, Rias, before we continue our family bonding, we need to get the business out the way. While it's not ideal to discuss it now, it needs to happen for procedural reasons. It can also help to get the tension out the way, so you can feel relaxed during our interactions these coming days. Rias nodded. Agreed, she stated simply. Before we get to your decade-long journey, let's start with the immediate situation. Why did you declare a death match without our consent? He asked firmly. While he may act foolish, he did not like far-reaching decisions impacting the house to be made without his input and consent. Because I already knew how you are, what you wanted in this situation, and determined that based on that information, we had a conflict on interests. Seeing as how I didn't need your input for this particular action, I invoked it without hesitation. The quicker it happened, the less ability you had to stop it. He slowly nodded. Rias dear, you know that we only mean the best for you, her mother providing her input. You know this was rather abrupt and can send the wrong signals to the various houses. Even if he's not the current heir, Riser is a prominent member of the raiding game scene, and his death in this manner would impact our relations with all competing houses. It'll impact your future. Mom. Rias stated firmly as she looked straight into her eyes. I don't need the various houses to accept this. I just need to send a message. I am perfectly fine with going back to the Sinlands to create a permanent residence. I have finally achieved the strength needed to do so. As she said this, her demonic divine energy began radiating off of her. If the current pillars don't accept me, then I'll create new ones. Who cares for bloodline purity? Lucifer did it once, I will do it again. The four were baffled at the statement. Bloodline purists weren't so ingrained in their ways for the fun of it. It was because it was the only way they'd keep the unique abilities their respective houses granted them. Creating pillars has always been the ideal, but there hasn't been an existing method yet. To have such a goal could be called the height of foolishness, yet looking at her strength, it was clear that she was not like all other high-class devils her age. She could easily compete for the strongest devil in her generation. Though, feeling how densely powerful her demonic power was, it was arguable whether she wasn't a demon herself rather than a devil. They didn't know how right they were. Is that so? Maybe you would like to work with Ajuka? As the most prominent mind in the underworld, he'd clearly be a great person to apprentice under. Surzex stated. While he didn't feel like she was being silly, he found it hard to believe she'd be able to accomplish what millions of others had failed to accomplish. Create demon pillars. The thing about the pillars was that they bestowed a form of derived divinity. What most current generation devils don't know is that they were once called demon god pillars in the days when they were in use. As long as the central demon does not fall, his pillars cannot die, but the opposite is true as well. If the center dies, so do the pillars. It's why they don't currently exist. The only one ever known to create pillars was the original Lucifer, and due to consuming the blood of Satan, his personality shifted to one who wouldn't even think of leaving his greatest power for future generations. By consuming Satan, the discarded dark half of the biblical god, he not only inherited a portion of his divinity, but also integrated the characteristics that made that half dangerous enough for the biblical god to shed it in the first place. I wouldn't mind taking on that offer in the future, but for now I believe my answers lie in the Sinlands. There is a lot of undiscovered potential there. I believe that my search should start there. My power supports me in this belief. Your power? Asked Sioticus. He had to guess what that meant, but he dares not hope. It would be a great boon for his guess to be correct. Rias nodded. My power of prophecy. It supports that assumption with the vague impression in my mind that my ideals may be realized in that land. The power of prophecy. The males present snapped up to their feet. It should be understood that this power has been lost to the Gremory for a few centuries now. It's the primary reason they need to marry Rias out in the first place, to maintain their place as a pillar family. If what she said was true, then this farce of a marriage wouldn't even be necessary. It would also fix any damage done to Rias' reputation that resulted from her disappearance. With her re-emerging with overwhelming strength along with the reality that her decisions were motivated by the power that brought the demon pillars victory after victory, all ill would be wiped clean. Her public image would experience such a strong rebound effect, it wouldn't even take a week before she's inundated with more marriage requests. They wouldn't even need to prove anything. The obscene improvement to her demonic power to Satan-class levels, if Graphia is to be believed, would be proof enough that prophecy is on her side. Finally, our power has returned. The Gremorys will rise up once again. Zeoticus roared in joy and laughter. It was very obvious that some great stressor had been lifted off his mind. Tilting her head, Rias looked toward her mother for answers. Rias, dear, do you know the origin of that power you've acquired? Rias shook her head. She honestly thought it was the power of the demon she had inherited her newly evolved race from. A sealed demon whose remaining essence clung to its ruined throne, seeking someone to claim its remaining power. No one want to leave this world without descendants after all, even demons in their own prideful way. It was through a lucky encounter with it that she evolved into a demon and awakened her prophetic ability. She had always thought it came from her benefactor, but it was clear that wasn't entirely correct. The power of prophecy is the inherited ability of the Gremory family, though it hasn't been inherited in centuries. Her clarification shook Rias. The fact that she hadn't heard of this before was highly concerning. It's also the reason why the marriage was necessary. Without the extra backing, the Gremory house would lose its status among the pillars. That was the bit that hit her the most. Although most would think devil houses are small, they would be wrong. There are hundreds of blood-related devils in a given house. It's how the territory is so large. The reason why purebloods are so revered in devil society is that they're the vessels that carry the power of their houses to the next generation. Since they hadn't believed Rias had the gift, they needed additional influence to stave off the hounds till the next generation, while also forcing that generation to come sooner than would ordinarily be necessary. The situation seemed silly to the older people in the room as they thought about it. Though in their defense, Rias really hadn't awakened that power till her evolution a year after leaving. At best, it was an unconscious compulsion to perform certain actions. A very weak, but still effective form of the gift. It would have required her to gather an impossible peerage and accumulate ridiculous feats to prove to the greater society that she had it. It would have been the ground she would have stood on to issue a rating game challenge should she not have left. The adults in the room started discussing amongst themselves how they would proceed. Seeing as how she wasn't really needed, she turned to Graphia, told her that she would be resting in her room, and excused herself from the gathering. As she silently teleported to her room, Graphia nodded her head and thought to herself, she really has grown up. Smiling, she returned her gaze to the rest of the family making plans for the coming days and shook her head. It was about to get really busy. Gremory Mansion, Rias' room. Looking down at her terminal, Rias sent a quick message to two of her closest associates. Akame and DxD, two mercenaries she worked frequently with after the destruction of their empire in the lands of gluttony at the hands of the demon dragon, Great Tyrant, a being on the verge of ascending to the level of heavenly dragon. Angered after awakening to find his children dead and dissected by the local humans, Great Tyrant made quick work of every human he could find. Akame and DxD were the only survivors. With her ascension to demon goddess, she had the ability to add them to her 72 pillars. With Akame's extreme affinity for death, curses, and assassination, and DxD's extreme affinity for death, ice, hunting, and combat in all forms, they would be perfect starting pillars. She would also need to reach out to a few of the other friends she's made throughout the years and ask them as well. Bing! A response came almost immediately expressing interest in the prospect. After asking them to meet at the ruins of the old capital, she closed her terminal. Smiling at the prospect of a merry band of comrades, she closed her eyes and laughed at the absurdity of the Sinlands. The fact that the biblical God used this place to sink any civilization he deemed unfit for the world above was laughable. I honestly can't believe no one's noticed until now. It's the perfect place to recruit great talent and learn about various supernatural cultures. I wonder how many of them realize that they're not in the main plane. While this plane has its own galaxy, it's still just a subplane in the grand scheme of things. Maybe that could be a goal as well. Either create my own dimension for my society or turn the underworld into its own main plane. Thoughts for another day, I guess. The news traveled through the underworld like a tempest. Rias Gremory has returned to the Gremory estate and was discovered to possess the full incarnation of the power of prophecy. While the younger devils didn't necessarily know what this meant, the older ones started shifting their plans, adjusting their schemes. The power of the Gremory house is a massive boon to devil kind as a whole and a major bonus to devil society. With it now in the hands of a current powerful heir, the power balance is likely to shift in the days to come. It was also revealed that she lived in the Sin Lands for the past decade and achieved ultimate class strength. While that spectrum is vast, devils in the know understood very well that this information wouldn't be publicized unless she was at least in the upper middle tier of strength. Combine that with the powers of prophecy and destruction, and the Gremory household had just received a massive power increase. Considering her age, her potential is still blossoming, so further power increases were likely. The uppermost echelons marked her down as a likely super devil like her brother. Considering she's stronger than he was at that age, it's not unlikely. Furthermore, her experience gleaned from a decade's worth of life-threatening danger would serve her well in any future combat scenarios. The last bit of news was the death match between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. No one was surprised about this. Most heirs would do the same, were they in her position. The part that took most observers by surprise was the fact that Riser hasn't withdrawn his bid for marriage. Surely, he didn't think he could win. For those that knew him well, though, they could only shake their heads. A combination of excessive pride, lack of experience, and ignorance of the true potential of the power of prophecy in defying known conventions would lead him to his death. It was almost certain. Phoenix Estate. Lady Phoenix was pacing around her rather large room. They were in trouble. They were seriously in trouble. She was expecting a raiding game would be the worst situation she would have to plan for. She wasn't expecting this. The girl who ran away a decade ago has returned with ludicrous demonic power and the power that made her house famous. That's not counting the vast experience she's likely gained with using the power of destruction her brother's famous for. Riser may pass her off as a sham, but she knew better. Her senses were multiple times sharper than his, and she could tell that rather than mid-ultimate class being a fake, it was actually just a smaller fraction of a larger hole sealed under what appeared to be a multi-layered seal likely represented by those Tomo marks on the back of her right hand. I need to find a way of forfeiting the game without having my son killed. He may be an ass, but he can still change. He still has time to grow up. Her mother's optimism shining through, she continued to pace around considering various options she may have to save her son. Stopping the games are impossible and the decision of death is up to the winner. Solemnly she looked out the window and towards the moon. There is one option. Let's just hope Riser stalls long enough for me to invoke it. She thought as her gaze became more and more resolute. I better get my affairs in order. As she finished this last though, she started toward her study. There are things she would need filled out in advance to minimize the disruption to the house should a tragedy occur. Ruins of the capital, land of gluttony. 2 days later. Stepping out of her cerulean teleportation circle, Rias walked toward the site that used to house the Emperor's chambers. Looking around, she sighed. This place used to be the capital of Sin. A place that makes the Ars Goetia settlements look tamer than human cities. How fitting that it would end in such a tragedy. Unlike her future pillars, she was glad that this place is gone. It was a festering cesspool, and she'd rather the culture not spread further than this city. She's made sure to keep that to herself though, sensitivity and all. A minute of walking later, she raises 2 orbs or destruction in 2 distinct directions. Her power of prophecy warning her of the danger. Clapping can be heard in a crescendo as 2 figures walk closer to her, Akame and his death. Akame is a young girl with long black hair that reaches down to her knees and red eyes. She wears a dark sleeveless tank top with a white collar and a red tie. She wears a red belt that has a red side skirt cover over a black, pleated skirt. She also wears long black socks and black shoes, red gauntlets, and black gloves. Strapped to her side is her weapon of choice Murasame, a katana known to spread a killing curse with every cut. Unless the affected wound is removed, the curse can quickly spread to the whole of the body. Isdeth is a tall, beautiful, and slender woman with long, light blue hair and blue eyes. She's wearing white general's apparel with long sleeves with buttons on the upper arms, a blue scarf on her neck, and high-heeled boots. She also has a tattoo on her chest, which is the sign of her power demon extract. Demon extract was a glob of concentrated demon essence blood that grants Isdeth the ability to manipulate ice to absurd levels. The craziest feat she performed last time Rias saw her was to freeze time for a brief instance. Ridiculous. Smiling, Rias lunges at both of them, wrapping them in a hug. I missed you too. Her smile brightening with every passing second. How have you been? Blushing, Isdeth stares at Rias's blushing face. So innocent. Is this what I've been searching for? Power, kindness, deadliness, innocence, and beauty all wrapped into one package. Nodding to herself, Isdeth moved to return the hug. Time will tell. It's been a while, Rias, Isdeth stated with a large smile. We're going to need to spar soon to make sure you haven't gotten rusty. Rias nodded. I agree, but it'll have to wait till after tomorrow. I have a death match with a chicken. Isdeth snickered. Akame didn't think much of it, she just returned the hug. Both of them owed Rias their lives after being saved from the angry dragon that burned their home. It's nice seeing you again, Rias, Akame stated quietly. After catching up for another 30 minutes, Rias got to the main point. Akame, Isdeth. I've recently come across the means to bind people to me by making them demon god pillars. Isdeth's eyebrows raised, her mouth hanging open for a good while. You did what? How? What would we need to do? It really wasn't necessary for her to wait for Rias to ask the question. The fact that they were having this discussion in this form made the question pretty obvious. What surprised her more was the achievement of attaining this ability. Rias just admitted to having the potential to create her own demon/devil society, her own ideal paradise. If word got out, pandemonium would be the least of what could happen. Truly, Rias' self-given last name was once again well-earned, Pandemos indeed. That said, she was truly looking forward to the future with this news. All that was left was to learn the pros and cons of this arrangement. Akame's thought process was a little simpler. She owed Rias for saving her life, and she truly had nothing better to use her life for. Her whole existence had been spent in the service of others. Knowing the good Rias could do with her power, her agreement was a given. Through a series of prophetic journeys and karmic riddles, I became a demon goddess, but unlike Lucifer, who achieved his through absorbing the biblical god's darkness, I achieved mine through inheriting the mantle of keeper of the Akashic records. Rias stated with pride, her joy could be felt from a distance. Basically, I won't lose myself to darkness like my ancestor. We can really build an ideal paradise without worrying about becoming too evil. Hearing this, the two former residents of the Empire smiled at her enthusiasm. This was actually a dream they shared. Building a kingdom where people can live in without worrying about being picked on by the aristocracy. A kingdom where people of all walks of life can enjoy. While Isdeth's talents leaned more toward the militaristic side of development, Akame's leaned more toward information gathering, espionage, assassination, etc. Between the two of them, the defense of the future kingdom was already looking good. Admittedly, Isdeth only came around to this realization in the final months of the Empire's existence. Were it not for Rias's frequent battles and discussions with her at the time, she would have likely remained entrenched in her obsession with strength and death, another thing to be grateful for. Alright, here's the deal with becoming a demon god pillar, Rias began. First, you must sign a contract similar to a familiar contract with myself. Essentially, your essence and life force will be tied to mine. This will mean that you can only die when I do or when I intentionally release you from service. This would cause you to regain your mortality and age from your current age to your deaths. In addition, due to this merger, you will become demons. The changes won't be immediate, but you will develop some minor changes. Mine are the obvious examples. This will also spark the development of a pillar ability, a unique skill that will be exclusively yours. This ability will be passed down to future generations in a weakened form similar to how devils pass down their family's pillar abilities. The full ability will also be integrated in its full form into myself, though my version will change to suit me. The only downside I can think of is the potential for the natural compulsion that comes with having your core essence stored inside of myself. This will likely lead to a desire to serve me being cultivated inside of yourself by that bond. That should be everything, Rias explained clinically. She felt that she owed the two the full explanation considering the potential ramifications for this decision. So immortality, stronger powers, strong descendants, and eternal servitude. Is death molded over for a second, then snapped her gaze toward Rias, causing her to flinch. Do you know if you're able to make descendants with females? I've heard female demons could do that. Is death continued as Rias' eyes widened. I guess I should be able to do that. There definitely seems to be plenty of methods to achieve it within my authority as demon goddess, Rias said with her index finger on her lips as she contemplated the possibilities. She was very clear on what was really being asked. It's something she expected. What better companions for an eternal being than their pillars, their lifelong companions in the most literal sense? Good. Then I accept. Is death stated finally. I accept as well. Truthfully, my decision was made when you first mentioned the ability. Akame added. Great. Now think of something that defines yourself. A personal characteristic, weapon, or skill, or all of the above. From what I've gathered, the ability will form itself accordingly. She stated as she raised her hands, palm facing up. Two glowing spheres of black cerulean energy appeared above them. Next, Rias pushed them into her two new pillars, one each. Light bloomed from their forms as they were cocooned in a web of light. Seeing as they were becoming extensions of herself, she willed the cocoons to shrink to the size of marbles and absorbed them. This would also facilitate forming her connection with their essence and their new powers. From her estimation, it is likely that Estetha's ability will be focused on empowering her ice to be able to affect things like space, time, and other similar concepts. Rias could already feel that ability integrating with her power of destruction. Akame seemed like it was revolving around integrating the killing curse from Murasame into herself and controlling it. She could feel the curse bleed into her cells, making her body inherently toxic. She would have to learn to control the distribution of the curse in the future. Especially if procreation was in her future, which from Estetha's question, it seemed it was. Shaking her head, Rias looked one final time at the ruins of the capital. Things are sure getting interesting. Following that, she teleported back to her room in Gremory Manor. Phoenix Stadium, the next day. It was the day of the death match, and Rias felt something stirring inside herself. She wasn't quite sure what it was, but she definitely didn't mind the feeling. While her two new pillars needed time for their ability to grow, she didn't need it to the same extent. The concepts of their abilities were already integrating into her own. For this fight, she expected her newly gained ability to freeze and destroy demonic energy to be highly useful. Freezing time would take more time to integrate. Sitting in the waiting room with her family, she contemplated to herself as Searfall Leviathan, her brother's fellow Satan, was providing the introductory announcements. It's finally time to end this farce, to set myself free. It's time to show the world who I am. Her ruby eyes began to glow. What I can do. Her breath became a cerulean flame. What happens to those who cross me? Gazing forward, she looked toward the Graphia. What do you think? Graphia looked at her with the same stoic gaze she always carries. I am not thinking much of anything. I just hope that you act as to bring about the best outcome. Rias sighed. I will do what I must. I have already offered him the opportunity to forfeit. I will use my sealed state unless he forces me otherwise. If he fights with honor, if he shows me a side of himself that I believe is redeemable, he will live. Rias stated while closing her eyes. If she saw something within Riser that spoke of redemption, she would spare him. Till then, she would act as her instincts dictate. She would show him a predator. She would show him how worthless a tiny chicken is in the face of a demon goddess. Receiving the final bids of good luck from all in the room, a teleportation circle flashed beneath her, and she appeared in the center of a flat field. Looking around, it appeared as if they decided that a flat plane would give Riser enough things to burn without making it unfair to her. Clearly, they forgot which family she was from. Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, today's super awesome duel to the death is between the womanizing king of Phoenix, Riser Phoenix. A few members of the crowd cheered. The scene was rather awkward for Riser as he began noticing how poorly received he was. This was especially so when comparing it the roars of crowds he would normally get at these types of functions. Searfall announced. How dare they? They would root for this loser? This bitch. And the recently returned prophetic princess Rias Gremory. As soon as her name was called, the crowd roared as if to herald the coming of their savior. If she didn't know any better, she would have assumed these cheers were genuine. How many of these are plants, and how many are politicians? She mused. Guess I won't know until this is over. These games were never just about the game. There were events that occurred before and after to control the reaction of the crowd. Normally, the heir and heiresses aren't aware of these games. Funnily enough, she found this information out by accident through her nightly visions. She witnessed her parents negotiating deals with a group of merchants who serviced crowd control. By the time she finished her background research after the fact, she was greatly enlightened on the inner workings of these raiding games and different ways they can be exploited for political gain. She would have to ask her parents more about that later. Will the two contestants please step forward? Oh, and Rias, Sona's really rooting for you, so good luck. It might be her imagination, but it sounded like there's a loud whine in the crowd. Though, did she really have to embarrass us like that? I guess it's pretty clear that she doesn't view favoritism with as much caution as my brother does. He could learn a thing or two from her. Gremory Family Watch Room. Achoo, a certain Crimson Satan sneezed. Zeoticus looked at his son with concern. Are you okay, Zex? I don't think I've ever seen you sick. Sir Zex responded by smiling while rubbing his nose. I'm fine. Someone's probably talking about me. Eyebrow raised, his father gave him a look. Okay, let's just watch the match. Phoenix Stadium. 3.2.1. Begins. Searfall started the match. Riser lunged forward with his highest speeds. This'll be a breeze. I'll take care of this quickly and get to work making this whore call my name. I'll make her wish she never ran away from me. This plan, though, was clearly a bad one when he felt a small white hand grip his face with the force of an industrial clamp. Demonic energy surging. From there, his world was pain. Pain. His face burned as he felt his skin disintegrating. While that normally shouldn't be too much of a problem for a phoenix, he felt a curse inject itself into his system from the skin-to-skin contact. Whatever it was, felt like it was burning away his life force. What is this? My regeneration is failing. It's too busy fighting this curse to properly heal me. Slowly it became harder and harder to think beyond the pain. It hurts. It burns. What's happening to me? Why am I doing this? And, in a pathetic few moments, Rias has seized Riser by the face and seems to be ripping him apart using her demonic energy. He's just flailing there like an animal, not even fighting back. Searfall exclaimed with a relish, reminding everyone that through her silly exterior, she was still a devil that reveled in the suffering of idiots. Who's Rias? Who's Riser? Who am I? How pathetic. Searfall finished. This process continued on for minutes before Rias decided she would give him one last scare before ending his life. Raising her other hand in the air, she began gathering extremely dense demonic power in a marble-sized orb. When he noticed this, the husk that used to be Riser Phoenix looked up at the orb in terror, knowing that it was likely to be his end. Shifting the gaze to his tormentor, he noticed her eyes, then everything vanished. Dark space inside Ria's mindscape. Riser is in a pitch-black ocean of absolute darkness. Suddenly, two massive orbs of cerulean blue opened in front of him. With the added light, he notices a massive eastern serpent dragon with pitch-black scales and cerulean-colored energy pulsing between its scales. What the hell is that? He asked himself in fear as his spiritual body began shaking uncontrollably in fear. Looking at it, 3 words came to mind. Destruction. Death. Torment. With that, the dragon roared as if to shatter the heavens. The mental world around him shook as if the end had come. As it happened, his vision began to darken slowly as if to let him wallow in his fear. Phoenix Stadium. Suddenly, the crowd went silent as a high-pitched scream resembling a dying pig rang from Riser's clearly terrified lips. They didn't know what happened to him, but he clearly lost any will to continue, not that it matters. Too easy, she thought. This wasn't even a fight. I should have used a stronger seal. All right, time to end this charade. Suddenly, before Rias could deliver the finishing blow, an orange teleportation circle glowed next to them, and a young woman with golden blonde drill-like hair, blue eyes, wearing a black dress walked out. It didn't take a whole lot of mental gymnastics to figure out that she was Riser's mother. Please stop. She pleased, hoping the demon in front of her would listen. Ria paused and gazed toward the newcomer. Ma'am, you realize this is a death match, right? This doesn't stop until he dies, she stated with a dispassionate stare. Then I would invoke the right to substitute. I will pay my life for his. Rias was shocked. This man, this sniveling snot bubble in front of her, had family that was willing to die for his womanizing ass? Why? Why would you give your life for this pathetic waste of space rather than using it to raise your other kids? Lady Phoenix shook her head. Because he needs me now. Because he deserves a chance to become the person some young lady would be honored to marry, she smiled as she continued. It would be tragic for him to lose the chance to turn his life around. To die as this, she pointed at the sniveling husk with a half-skinless face. Sigh, she felt the fight drain out of her. Mothers had this infectious love that really made it hard to be vicious. All right, I would like to request the proctor declare my victory. Do you accept in his place, Lady Phoenix? Nobody needs to die today. She finished as she retracted the curse from Riser's system as well as any lingering demonic power. A good thing from this match is that her body absorbed enough of his demonic essence to begin integrating the regeneration and hellfire abilities into herself. Thank you. Thank you. I'll make sure that the next time you see him, he'll be a new man. Lady Phoenix said with her head bowed low. Please, you don't have to bow. Just get him some medical attention and he should be fine. Rias finished as she tried getting the concerned mother up, while internally snickering. He'll certainly be a new man all right, but I guess she won't know that till he regains consciousness. Winner, Rias Gremory, and the crowd roared as they stood up, giving Rias a standing ovation. She was free. Gremory Mansion, Zeoticus's study. Zeoticus had a migraine. So much paperwork. He sighed. Times like this, I wish I were a normal human, so I could wish for a normal daughter and mean it. It had been a week since the death match and things had gotten really busy. There were, of course, the lines of suitors asking for Rias's hand in marriage. They were all rejected. He definitely didn't need that blowing up in his face again. He's also received inquiries on her physical changes. Most of the features that denoted her as a Gremory are gone. In terms of appearance, she looks like she would better fit the Leviathan name. Especially if the husk's Riser's testimony of what he remembers is accurate. A massive eastern serpent dragon with pitch-black scales and cerulean-colored energy pulsing between its scales. That is interesting. Based off the events he described, she projected her mindscape into a semi-physical form and pulled him into that space. That's a really useful skill for intimidation, but there is a problem. Why was she manifested in that form within her own mind? Rias may not be aware of this due to her lack of higher-level study in that field, but the form one takes in their own mind is always true. Other things can be manipulated, but not one's own form. This will require further study of her condition. In any case, I think it's time we went over Rias's plans going forward. This talk's long overdue and will likely affect a lot of plans in the future. Zeoticus pressed the button on the side of his desk. Within moments, one of the butlers appeared by his desk. Call Rias over to my office, Zeoticus said, eyes still focused on the documents he'd been working on. Might as well discuss this now. 10 minutes later, Rias walked in. You called father? She asked, still a little tired from her morning training session. Yes. I think it's time to discuss your plans moving forward. I'll be brief. Do you still intend to inherit the Gremory house? Rias's eyes widened. It was a very sudden question. One she didn't expect to receive so soon. She really didn't expect her father to glean her intentions. Short answer, no, but that doesn't really explain my rationale. My plan is to find a way to repopulate the devils and create a utopia where all supernatural races can live free from prejudice. His eyebrow raised, clearly interested in what she was saying. To do that, though, I can't be tied down. I need to be an independent party. I don't plan to do it immediately, though, Not until I have the keys needed to start the project. Trying to keep his composure in spite of the bitterness he was feeling at her desire for separation, he decided to press for more information. She had clearly thought this through, and it was his responsibility as a father to have all the facts before providing his input. He can't help her if he's not aware of the full situation. And what are these keys? She smirked, internally interested to see his reaction to what she was about to say. The keys I need are 4 of the known Longinus sacred gears. Sephiroth Graal, Principles of Life, Dimension Lost, Principle of Space, Innovative Clear, Pocket Dimension Creation, Annihilation Maker, Principle of Creation. My absolute priority will be obtaining the Sephiroth Graal. That will give me the ability to start learning how to manipulate life. Pop, a pencil could be heard dropping. How do you intend to make use of these sacred gears? Surely you don't plan on extracting all of them from their hosts and mastering them, right? That would take much longer than it looks like you're willing to spend, and the gears themselves will actively try to reject one another. He was losing the battle he'd been fighting to not lose his composure. The implications of obtaining those gears were massive. Oh, her eyes widening. I never got around to explaining that, did I? She never explained her new state of being. I guess I never got around to pointing this out. I'm not a devil anymore. His eyes shut up. He was going to get to her physical changes later, but it sounded like they were relevant. I'm a demon goddess. Keeper of the Akashic Records, though admittedly, I'm still learning what that authority entails. In essence, I've achieved a similar state of existence as the original Lucifer, but rather than receiving my divinity from the dark half of God, I received it from a neutral entity with the duty of record-keeping. Eyes widening, mouth gaping, Zioticus' expression revealed every emotion he was experiencing at the moment. If you wanted to fit a soccer ball in his mouth, it probably wouldn't be very hard. There are so many bombshells here. Where do I start? Wait. Why don't I just continue the conversation and get all the hows and what's later? As much as I want all the details of that sentence now, I'll try to stay focused. How does this new divinity interact with these keys to achieve your objectives? She smiled, glad that her father knew how to prioritize. The most overt manifestation of my divinity as the keeper of the Akashic Records is to understand the abilities of enemies I've faced and record them in my divinity. This would normally take time, but since my divinity is linked to my powers as a demon, which allow me to consume and integrate what I destroy with my demonic power, I would just need to destroy the sacred gears. Longinus' sacred gears, especially the holy relics, represent God's understanding of their associated principles. He was one of the few deities that understood that many world principles. Rather than take a long period to learn them myself, it would be more efficient to learn from his understanding and go from there. Zioticus was running through the ramifications of the act and was about to interrupt, but was stopped by a hand from Rias. In addition, I've also received another ability. The manifestation of the combination between the demon and goddess aspect. The ability to create demon-god pillars. The same as our ancestors? The same pillars that the original Lucifer created. His mind was going a mile a minute, and it was only getting faster. Mostly, but a little more advanced. Lucifer wasn't a full god. He was just using fragments of the biblical god's discarded divinity, the negative aspects of his personality. I've mantled the position of a full god. This gives me more room to operate when it comes to my pillar creation. Now, while there are many interesting details related to the creation of pillars, I'll focus on the one relevant to this conversation. When I turn someone into a pillar, they gain their own ability based off their most defining aspect. In the case of the sacred gear holders, the sacred gear will be shattered and integrated into the pillar. Their ability will merge with the new pillar to create something new. Both the pillar and myself will inherit the concepts born from this process. He had kind of expected something like this when she mentioned pillar creation, but to hear it from her is mind-boggling. To think his daughter would become this. This would take time to process, but he needed to find out the rest of the details before she went off to start this journey of hers. Sigh, at least she shouldn't feel the need to fall off the radar again. How do you plan on preventing the same bloodline purism that's occurring now? Wouldn't you just be creating new bloodlines? She expected this question. It really was a critical consideration when trying to build a kingdom better than this one. I'll make it so the pillars can create subordinate contracts with devils regardless of bloodline to give them the weakened for of their pillar ability. It's another manifestation of my authority as keeper of the Akashic records, knowledge management. I'm not even surprised anymore. He shook his head. In just a decade, my daughter has gained a real shot at fixing the flaws that took the rest of us centuries to even consider approaching. The closest one so far was a Juka, and the current peerage system only delays the inevitable. If what she proposes works, it'll be a solution as long as she's alive. We'll have to figure out inheritance systems for the pillars later. Over the next few hours, Rias shared the other relevant details of her newfound abilities, their implication, and the immediate political steps they should take in the near future. Long story short, they would not reveal any of this until she's succeeded in the best-case scenario. She would still be labeled as the heir in the short term, but her nephew Milicus would be trained to actually succeed the position. Gremory Mansion, Rias's room. I guess it's about time to get started. I'll make my first stop to get the Sephiroth Grawl. Its karmic weight is the highest, so I imagine stalling would be a bad idea. Based on the feeling I'm getting, there's likely to be malicious parties targeting that artifact soon. Let's see, where do I start when hunting this artifact? Rias sat down on her bed and began to meditate. Invoking her power of prophecy and focusing it on the Sephiroth Grawl, images began to appear. A bleeding mountain. Blood flowing like lava from the continuous stream of sacrifices being made. A sleeping blonde-haired girl, chained up to the center of a ritual altar. Blood being funneled from the mountain to the altar and finally to a glowing light in her chest. The scene shifts and a number popped into her head: 30 days. The girl's soul is ripped apart and a great evil is revealed to another. The potential for world destruction becoming the focal point of his existence. The accumulated energy blooms from the sacred gear and the girl's form is disintegrated as a legion of evil is revived. The scene shifts back to the present. Miles away from the bloody mountain, another blonde young woman stands on a broken ledge. They should be around here somewhere. I need to get to them quickly before it's too late. As she finished that line, her green eyes narrow at the mountain. With those words said, a final word popped in her head. Ally. With that, the vision came to an end. From what I can tell, I'll need to go to that mountain tomorrow at the earliest. I'll likely need to meet up with that blood-haired woman and go in together. Based on my understanding of the current world powers, she shouldn't be a necessity to break in. With that came and is Deatha's strength on top of my own, I shouldn't need her. While the new girl may be powerful, so are we. My best guess is that she's a pillar candidate. In that case, she would be extraordinarily useful. What was concerning was the fact that another force is currently imprisoning the current wielder of the Grawl. If I had to guess, she's being fed power to fuel a grand invocation of its power, a mass resurrection and a search of some kind using the principles of life as a medium. The result would kill her, while the killer would have the knowledge he seeks and an army. Honestly, with the amount of power already in her, the only way I'd be able to safely disconnect her from the ritual would be to make her a pillar. Within her mind, an approval was given. Looks like I'm on point for the most part. This prophetic power is pretty useful. I'm honestly wondering how we Gremory even lost the ancestors who inherited it. What she didn't realize was that the power of prophecy comes at the cost of lifespan. Each prophecy uses quite a bit, and even the unconscious use in and out of battle requires years per use, depending on the duration. Even if the inheritor was being conservative, they would still run out quickly. Most devils who inherit this power don't live past 200 years. Not only that, but it's a very rare power to inherit. Due to its great power, only 1 out of 10 pure-blood Gremory devils would be expected to inherit it. Even then, it's not obvious for most. Rias herself had lost half her original lifespan by this point due to her excessive use over the course of her decade in the Sin Lands. She just hadn't noticed due to demons retaining their ideal form indefinitely regardless of remaining lifespan. She was just fortunate that her newfound divinity gave her an unending lifespan. As long as she isn't killed, she won't die or age. She is probably the only Gremory in history to have unlimited use of the gift. Alright, I'll head to the outskirts of the mountain and start searching for that blonde-haired girl. 50 miles south of Sanguine Mountain, Land of Pride. Rias felt she was getting closer. Her vision was telling that this girl was close. She had been walking and teleporting since daybreak. The convenient part of her vision is that she basically had what amounted to a real-life mini-map. Truly, her ancestors must be rolling in their grave for such petty use of their sacred power. As she approached a settlement, she noticed something odd. They're all vampires. There's not a single other race walking around, and based on their signature, they should be purebloods. Well, if the sacred gear holds a damper, it would make sense why her life didn't seem to carry meaning. She mused. Vampires were creatures who valued blood purity even more than devils, and that's understating the point. Being pure-blooded was the base requirement for citizenship. No matter how royal someone's blood was, if they had an ounce of another race's DNA in them, they were serfs at best. This primarily stemmed from both the power gained from blood purity, hatred for other races due to various cases of exploitation, and the fact that mixed bloods have a strong compulsion to obey others in their line. The only way out of it is if they sell their soul to someone. Then, that person would be the only one who could command them. The funny thing was, this effect actually stems from a curse delivered by the biblical God. Vampires like devils weren't always as tame as they are today. In the past, they were a menace. Unholy abominations who preyed on those unlucky to be in their path. Over time, they mellowed out. That doesn't invalidate the curses issued during those darker days, though. This would be a good race to free. As she thought of this, she noticed her vision was pointing her toward a compound in the center of the city. Deciding that detection was undesired, she decided that she may need some help. She thought back to a small clearing she passed by a few miles back and teleported to it. Clearing a few miles away. Once she appeared out of the teleportation circle, Rias called Akame and his death from their slumber. They had completed their reincarnation into pillars a couple of days ago. She just didn't feel like explaining their presence to everyone in Gremory Mansion. Raising her right hand, 2 small marbles emerged. One was pitch black with streaks of red, and the other was snow white with streaks of blue. The 2 marbles hovered away from her and expanded until they were large enough to encompass the 2 stored inside. After a bit, the light from the large spheres was absorbed until the 2 girls could be seen. From what she could see, their eyes took on a reptilian appearance, much like her own, but with the same color they originally had. They also had the same horns she did. They must have reincarnated into the same species as herself, which made things easier. Rias smiled and walked to hug her new pillars. It's great to see you 2 again. As she reached the 2 disoriented pillars, her arms wrapped around their shoulders, pulling them into a hug. How do you feel? Istetha's face morphed into a shit-eating grin, while Akame's bloomed into a rare, genuine smile. I feel so powerful. The battles we could have. They prey we could hunt. Becoming a pillar was probably the best decision I've ever made. Isteth exclaimed with obvious glee. The fact that she would be able to hunt for eternity was something she was glad for. The idea of some upstart beating her due to old age was nauseating. The pain is gone. The constant torment my body has suffered from reaping lives with Murasame is gone. Akame's smile brightened. It's as if it's a part of me now, as if I've merged with it. That's actually not too far off. Rias explained. From what I've come to understand over the course of the past week, Murasame's power has been infused into your body, your energy, and your spirit. The blade itself can likely be summoned as a focusing lens for amplification, but it's no longer needed. You'll have to work on binding the power to your intent and gaining control, especially if you want to procreate. It shouldn't be too hard. I've already stored most of mine in a small marble-like core. It should be even easier for you since it's your power to begin with. Akame nodded. All right, what's the situation? Isteth asked. Akame turned to Rias for the answer. Rias took the next 30 minutes to explain the situation so far. So, Akame, do you know how we can get inside without drawing attention? While she could ask both of them, Isteth would have suggested a louder approach, an approach that wasn't on the table till they could find out more about the situation. If you can give me the approximate location of the target, I can move in myself and either bring you to my location or teleport them out. Although that has the potential to give away our position, it should give us enough time to get more details out of the target. Akame stated with her stoic persona in full effect. There is a compound in the center of the city. It has a more worn-down appearance than the surrounding buildings and has a regular guard detail. My initial assessment is that they've been detained in a prison. Now, the target shouldn't be a vampire, but I didn't see what she was exactly. It's probably why she ended up detained here. She has golden blonde hair and emerald eyes. She was wearing a silver suit of armor over what appeared to be a royal blue battle dress. From what I felt, there should be small traces of divinity in her aura. From what I could tell, she may be a demigod, but we'd have to get more information to know for sure. Akame nodded and proceeded to start toward the city. She wouldn't use teleportation to get there. Unlike Rias, she was significantly more careful. She was a trained assassin after all. Vampire City, Akame POV. Arriving at the city, she noticed that the whole place was surprisingly modern. Marble white walls with red roofs. Closely spaced buildings were well ordered, lining the streets in rows. The interesting part was the series of channels drawing blood from Sanguine Mountain through the town. There were literally the equivalent of water-drinking fountains, but for blood. It was an odd sight. She used a highly advanced transformation spell that she'd learned years after the Empire's destruction to turn herself into a bat. Suddenly, she felt some energy coming through the bond with Rias. A moment later, the method to use her new demonic energy to perform a highly advanced transformation spell appeared in her mind. Well, it looks like the knowledge transfer doesn't go just one way. She'd bet that Rias didn't even know that she did it. She just trusted her enough to where she was subconsciously helping them in their time of need with a combination of her authority and vision. I'll have to thank her later. Invoking the new transformation spell, her imitation was a near-exact replica. From the appearance to the aura, the temperature drops all pure-blooded vampires were known for, and even the wing flap cadence. Something told her that this spell was drawing from her master's power of prophecy to some extent. These weren't details she was even trying to mimic on the first attempt. She flew just high enough to see the movements of the bats around the city. She would use her newly heightened processing speed to observe the different rotations the bats were going through. It wouldn't do to stand out by being different. Once she felt she'd seen enough, her small bat body steady flew into the city. From there, it followed a seemingly erratic flight pattern as she flew around to different points in the city. She chose one of the longer-known rotations she'd seen primarily to become part of the flock and build a mental map of the city. Rias would appreciate this. Actually, she was presently appreciating this. She could feel the same power that transmitted the ability to perform high-level transformations pull images from her of the current scene. Knowing Rias, this would be the standard operating procedure on these types of missions going forward. It was just too useful. Those Gremory devils really had a nice ability. From what I can see, a large number of vampire couples seem to be set up with the male at the head. The females walk a couple of feet to the left and behind their significant other. Public displays of abuse toward the fairer sex seems to be socially acceptable. My running guess is that this is a hidden base of the Teeps faction, the male-dominated faction. Akame transmitted through the link. She couldn't receive clear real-time feedback yet. She imagined Rias was still working on that ability, but this is a great start. It's actually a great idea. This area is perfect for them. It's a base that most factions have no idea about. It's the perfect location to build up forces. If people saw how many pure-blooded vampires were living here, they'd have to reassess the strength of this faction. From what I'm seeing, it'd be closer to the top. I'm recommending that we make it a point to learn more about this mountain. It may be necessary to cut off this supply of blood should this faction ever prove to be a threat. Agreed. Our first priority is to find the Graal's bearer through the target. Once we complete that objective, we'll conduct a more thorough investigation on this faction's motives, methods, and weaknesses. Rias responded through the link. She's clearly figured it out. Hopefully, they can learn to use that chain to get us death talking too. Finally finishing her initial reconnaissance objective, she followed her current flight path until she eventually arrived at the prison. Once she got there, she flew inside through the windows. I guess they never expected someone to copy their bat transformation as well as we have. That was a very true thought. The Teeps faction has never had a publicized incident where someone managed to infiltrate into their complex through a transformation. The very notion was absurd. There was no way someone could perfectly copy the natural rhythm of pure-blooded vampires' aura. In this case, Akame was cheating. She was using Rias's power of prophecy to automatically adjust her aura as was expected from a pure blood. She didn't even notice it was happening. Looking around, she noticed multiple cells lining the walls. A small team of 4 was patrolling the area. Clearly, this was just a formality for them. She found a spot at the top corner of the building with good line of sight. She wouldn't need to be hidden for too long. Once she arrived, they adjusted the transformation to return her to normal, but keep her vampirism traits, then camouflaged herself by casting a simple invisibility spell. She waited till all the guards stood still, all with a good line of sight of herself. Then, in one motion, she sent one needle of concentrated demonic energy towards each of them, each embedded with her curse. One by one, they fell. One by one, they died. No point being subtle about this. Breaking the only non-vampire to be arrested out of prison will draw some noise, and I don't really have a guaranteed softer method of dealing with them. Quick and painless is the best I can give them. Approaching a lone cell in the back of the complex that housed different signatures from vampires, Akame grew curious. I thought there was only one. She felt the connection again. The vision didn't say our target was alone or even that we'd find her here, just that she's in the area and is one of the centers of strong karmic weight. Rias concluded. I'm telling you to be patient. Help will come. A clearly feminine voice said. How do you know that? We need to find a way out ourselves, another feminine voice. This one seemed more frustrated, likely from being as helpless as they are. As she approached the cell, she dropped her invisibility cloak and concealment spell. She needed trust, and what better way to start the conversation than to prove a common origin? As her footsteps grew louder to the 2 females, their conversation stopped. Once she arrived in front of the cell, she noticed it was different from the others. They had no jail bars. Instead, there was a glass-looking panel blocking their way. Tiny holes can be seen in the cell to provide air to the prisoners. The prisoners were interesting, though. One of them was a young woman with slightly tan white skin you'd expect from those of French descent and long golden blonde hair arrayed in an interesting way. The largest portion of her hair was tied in a long braid that went to her back. The rest was arrayed in a chin-length loose hairstyle. Her amethyst eyes radiated a strong faith, leading Akame to believe she was a strong believer of some kind. She wore silver armor that exposed the arms and thighs. She also had a curious piece of silver plate framing her face. Based on the aura she's radiating, she's likely the possessor of a Longinus-type sacred gear. If the holy aspects and warm feel she detected in the aura was any indication, this woman likely possessed Incineration Anthem. The other was a lithe, back-length black-haired young lady wearing a lavender-colored long-sleeve kimono top, black pants, and an indigo scarf. Her skin was white with a slight tan that was a half a shade darker than her companion. Her hair was tied with an indigo ribbon. The most striking feature, though, was her white pupilless eyes. They were just the iris, and that was it. It was a little disconcerting. From what she could feel, though, there was great power passively flowing in those eyes. If she had to bet money, she would say that those eyes were a key aspect in her combat style. She clearly didn't have a sacred gear, so the most likely scenario is that she is of demonic descent with an eye mutation that she inherited, despite her mostly human appearance. Interesting, she heard Rias state over the link. I'm here to break you out of here. We can talk later. Before the 2 prisoners could say anything, she pulled her right arm back and threw it at the glass. Suddenly, everyone within the city could see an explosion at the prison. Like ants, they all rushed to see the disturbance, but when they got to the prison, all they found were 4 burning corpses and rubble. Forensic analysis would later conclude that the 4 of them died without any signs. It's almost as if their bodies just decided to die. Considering the higher-ups' plans for the near future, this needed to be understood. They issued their most prestigious research team to head this investigation. These escapees would be found. Clearing a few miles away from the city, Rias POV. A cerulean teleportation circle lit up in front of her. Out of it came Akame and the two former prisoners who were clearly disoriented from the quick breakout. After giving the two of them a minute to catch their breath and complain amongst themselves, she went to begin the introductions. "Hello, my name is Rias Pandemos, and it's nice to meet your acquaintance," she started. "Akame. No last name. Is Death Partas." Between the two, the blonde one seemed more relaxed, while the black-haired one put up a guarded front, her shifting eyes clearly planning their escape. Shaking her head at her partner's actions, the blonde one stepped forward. "My name is Laetitia d'Arc," she said as she bowed. Her partner shook her head and sighed. "I am Hanabi Hyuga, former heiress of the Hyuga clan," the black-haired woman said steadily. It was very obvious she had been trained in etiquette by her former clan. "Former?" Akame asked, clearly lacking tact. "Sigh, yes, former. I am the last survivor of my clan and likely my world. Everything else was destroyed. Were it not for a clan-saving transport seal gone wrong, I would have perished with them." Rias raised an eyebrow. "My condolences, but are you sure that you're from a different world?" Narrowing her eyes at her saviors, Hanabi had to prevent herself from lashing out. "Yes, I'm sure. I recognize absolutely nothing. Hell, I can't even recognize these constellations." Rias realized she might have overstepped. It was a little strange, though. "I apologize for the overly sensitive question, but aside from the obvious chakra in your system, the only odd thing about you is the small traces of temporal energy in your aura. A sign that you've interacted pretty heavily with a time-based treasure of some kind. You even resemble a clan that used to be present in the Land of Sloth, the Otsutsuki clan. They're demons known for their strange eyes. The all-seeing white eye they used to call it, or Byakugan for short. They had others, but the Byakugan is the one that looked like yours. According to the locals in the area, they've likely gone extinct. One hasn't been seen in a long time. All that to say, it is a pretty strange situation." What Rias didn't see was Hanabi's slowly widening eyes. That word was familiar, so very familiar. Otsutsuki, the last name of the woman who drained her people like juice boxes, that lychee bitch. Maybe there was something after all. Wait, that's a clan in this world? The woman who broke my world had that name. She was said to be from another planet. Rias flinched back in surprise, then moved to regain her composure. "Yes, they lived on the continent on which we stand, but have disappeared. If you'd like, we can use my power of prophecy to look into it further." The funny thing about this section of the underworld is that there are actually whole civilizations of humans whose societies were deemed too dangerous by the biblical God. They were banished down here, and a lot of them never noticed the difference aside from the sudden appearance of demon beasts. Letitia came over to hold Hanabi's increasingly shaking hand. It was pretty obvious what came to her mind. Her land may still be there. Ruins it may be, but at least she might get some closure. "I want to see that bitch dead. I pray that I can see her corpse." Hanabi mumbled, clearly realizing that there was hope to avenge her people and get a measure of closure. "I can help you with that. I can give you the power to achieve your revenge. If you wish, you could become one of my demon pillars," Rias offered. Her vision was telling her that this girl had the potential for greatness. Turning her into a pillar would unlock an ocean of potential she currently didn't have access to. "What do you mean by pillar?" Hanabi's confusion was clear on her face. "A demon god pillar position, and I'm making the offer to the both of you, though I'd ask that you wait till we've finished our immediate business before you make a decision. Call it an evaluation phase for both sides." Death was confused. Why the rush? Then, her questions were partially answered when she glanced at her partner to see her nodding. If there was one thing that she had always trusted regardless of which side of the war she was on, it was Akame's instincts. If she thought this was a good idea, then it was. Rias then proceeded to explain the details of what the position would entail. Both the newcomers were also surprised, Laetitia especially. If she had been asked this question a few years ago, she would have immediately rejected. How could she become a creature of the dark when she was so entrenched in the light, when the Lord she served was the light? However, if the news she was given while still in her prison cell was accurate, the light is dead and all that was left were a few dim sparks. The sting ringing in her mind above all else was, why the lie? For all her life, her predecessor's life, and, even further than that, the web of lies had been woven strong. Yes, she would consider this. Her revelation skill hinting at the benefits. Hanabi was of a simpler mind. This would give her the power she needs. She would be able to actually participate in the fight to avenge her home. While she wanted to avoid being the Avenger type, she needed to be there, if only to honor her fallen family. She would take this girl on her offer for a trial period, though. There were things to do before this was discussed further. Deciding to get to the immediate concern, Rias brought up the reason they were originally here. The original reason that we sought you out was to ask if you'd seen this person, she said as she created a projection of the golden-haired knight she had seen in her vision. She did notice, though, that Laetitia's eyes widened when she saw the image. We're trying to save the wielder of the Sephiroth Grawl to prevent a great evil. At most, she only has a month to live before events trigger that could lead to the end of the world. We don't know much, but from what I've gleaned through prophetic visions, this woman is an ally that we should recruit. She finished as she noticed the serious expression on Hanabi and the saddened expression on Laetitia. She was critically injured. A couple of days ago, she was captured trying to rescue us. The problem was that she was exhausted before the fight even started. Tears could be seen pooling in Laetitia's eyes. Hanabi seemed to return the favor from earlier holding her hand. She wasn't one for stealth, so she just rushed in. Laetitia continued. She failed and was taken away. I heard from one of the guards this morning that she was being taken to the Sanguine Caverns, a deep cavern beneath the mountain. Rias sighed. This wasn't going how she wanted it to. It was quickly getting complicated. Do you know where these caverns are? This time Hanabi was the one who nodded. My eyes picked up on it on the way here. I can take you there if you'd like. Hearing this, Rias beamed. That's great. Hopefully, we can find her before something happens to her. Akame, can you stay here and gather more information on this settlement? We need to find out what it's for and fast. While I'm not expecting some grand scheme to happen immediately, we need this information now before we spook the mountain. Once we free the Grawl holder, intelligence gathering will be a whole lot harder. Will do. I agree with your assessment. I'll keep you updated if I find anything. Akame finished as she vanished. Isteth, you're with me. Prepare to freeze the space around the area. We don't want anyone escaping. Try to do it without anyone noticing. Once we begin the cavern raid, it'll help if our opposition makes their defense plans with teleportation in mind. Once we're inside, you'll guard the entrance and kill all who try to get in. I'll continue the raid and secure the target. By that point, we'll both be freezing the space. Even Surzek's Lucifer wouldn't be able to teleport within miles of this place. Information transmission should be harder as well. It'll buy us enough time to get in and out. Rias ordered. Why such a high level of caution? Isteth asked. I get being careful, but don't you think this is a bit excessive? She truly was confused. Rias was one of the strongest beings in the underworld. What was she concerned about? Isteth. She started, her voice serious. If we fail to properly handle this event, the end of the world could be on the horizon. I don't know the nature of this end, but I trust my vision enough to take this seriously. We need to get this done right. Quick and efficient. Everyone, make your preparations by the end of the day. We meet here at dawn, then we move. Rias finished before moving to find a safe area where she could use her vision's full power to glean as many details as she could. You could never have too much information. She'd been burned before by lacking information. She would not make that mistake again. Everyone nodded and said about their business. Tomorrow was looking to be a hectic day. After moving a little way away from the rest of the group, Rias set up a bounded field. She wouldn't need it for long, just enough time for a short immersive vision session. Sitting down, Rias began her meditation. Focusing on the Grawl holder and the armored knight, she slowly began receiving visions. A blonde-haired knight in what appeared to be a blue cloth portion of a knight's rider's raiment. Her armor shattered on the side. A young silver-haired man at her side. From appearances, he was taunting her. The vision shifts forward in time. The knight is currently chained in front of a room of vampires, lust clearly visible in their eyes. The silver-haired man smirking in the background. The vision shifts forward in time. The knight's limp body is tossed in front of the Grawl's holder. Her eyes dead, body beaten and bloody. Semen could be seen covering almost every inch of her body. It was clear what had happened. Rias grimaced. She had to exert serious effort to steady herself. This was not something she could stand. This was a fate worse than death, and based on the amount of time that was shifted forward, this act is to be done over the course of days, clearly meant to break her spirit and any additional forms of resistance. Watching further, she noticed the blonde knight's life energy, essence, and soul being ripped out of her quite gruesomely and poured into the Grawl. A glowing silver lance slowly rose out of her corpse and linked itself to the Grawl. Suddenly, the silver-haired man's eyes widened and began calling for the ritual elements. The vision fades to black. As the last scene ended, Rias could infer what happened. The woman's energy empowered the Grawl more than expected, and the lance topped it off. They were able to finish 3 weeks ahead of the earlier vision's projection. It is likely that this girl was broken as a consequence of her friend's escape. They needed to succeed, or else this woman was done for. Luckily, it doesn't seem like the second vision starts for another 2 days. The silver-haired man probably spent a day trying to break her through conventional taunts, clearly having fun as if playing a sport. Considering his resemblance to a certain maid she's familiar with, it wouldn't be a surprise to find out that he hailed from her family. That would explain his actions. Devils who believe in the evil ways of old. The old Satan faction. Luckily, she didn't stall, or this act of debauchery would have gone unchallenged. Coming out of her thoughts, Rias sighed. It's time to get some rest. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. Outside the Sanguine Caverns. The four stood outside the caverns, hidden in some high foliage near the entrance. It probably won't help, but it may not be a bad idea to see what Akame's gotten so far, she mused as she sent her request through the bond. Good morning, Rias, Akame sent. Good morning, Akame. You find anything so far? We're about to start the raid, and a heads up would be useful. Yes, this base appears to be a military complex. From what I've noticed, it seems to be their main military force they can deploy on a whim. Their initial objective seems to be eliminating the Carmilla faction and unifying their race. Upon conclusion of that, they'll join with one of the 3 super devils to mount 2 simultaneous assaults on Heaven and the Ars Goetia. Shocked. She couldn't believe they would be planning something like this. As for the super devil, it had to be Rise of him Lucifer. He's the only one unaccounted for. The others wouldn't do something like this. Akame continued. To do so, they appear to be using Valerie Teeps, the wielder of the Sephiroth Grawl, to bring the spirits of their ancestors back from the dead and merge them with their legion, while using binding curses to keep them loyal. Their estimated total of Satan-class beings is around 20 give or take. The bodies they chose would only last for a month or so, but that is more than enough time to cripple both forces. They had already done this with a girl named Artoria. She's a descendant of King Arthur they managed to procure from the Pendragon family in Britain. They managed to reconstitute King Arthur's spirit using the Grawl and merge it into Artoria. The problem was that the heroic spirit was intricately tied to a holy spirit brought with it, and the curse they would have used didn't work. Well, that answers that question. She could feel Akame nodding over the link. There's more though. Hanabi and Laetitia were fellow experiments. Hanabi was a corpse that appeared out of a strange Japanese-looking spell matrix. It had been found by the servants of one of the members of vampire nobility and transferred here. Considering the unique biology, it was the perfect servant. Of course, she was the reason why they needed the binding curse mid-summoning in the first place. According to the reports, she was rebellious and couldn't be bound with their unique brand of curses or vampire spellcraft after the fact. It was determined that the curse should be administered during the spirit revival process. Laetitia came after and was bound in a similar vein as Artoria, but the Grawl acted on its own and revived the spirit of Jean d'Arc and merged it with her spirit without their consent. The report noted that this may be due to a very strong blood relation and spirit compatibility. They quickly found out that dark binding curses don't work on saints. A note in the report said they were going to proceed with breaking her faith in God over the next couple of days and try to bind her again. The result is 2 merged entities and a revived human chakra user. All 3 of them were detained for study. The 2 ex-prisoners were scheduled for dissection next week, Though this would only happen to Laetitia if they failed in their next binding attempt, they needed to gather the necessary specialists for the task and finish weakening Laetitia's faith. Well, that explains a lot. Wait, how did you get this information so quickly? Rias asked the question that had been sitting in the back of her mind since this conversation started. I broke into the base commander's office and used copy magic on his mission records. I used that camouflage you gave me to mimic his signature. I just had to wait till he went on break and worked fast. Impressive. Bringing in these two new pillars was likely one of the best decisions she ever made. Between Akame's prodigious talent in assassinations and Isdetha's transcendent abilities, she filled some of the biggest gaps in her skill set. Being honest, she was awful at stealth. She wouldn't have been able to stay concealed from this many vampires for any real length of time. It was clear how much work Akame put into her craft. Debating on what to do next, Rias came to a dark conclusion. These vampires have to die. If this base is to be used to destroy our home, then they have to go. She was contemplating bringing this to her brother, but that had an annoyingly high chance of spooking them. There were most definitely spies in high places. Dismissing the notion, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Akame, I want you to locate key military figures and assassinate them. Tacticians, strong fighters, logistics chiefs, use your discretion. Target figures you believe are key to a military victory in these upcoming conflicts. I will trust your discretion. She felt Akame nod. On our end, we'll make it a point to find either the source of the blood on this mountain or key points. Then I will pour the death curse into it and make it unusable. In the best-case scenario, they will have to abandon this base and move elsewhere. Any further action after that can be taken care of by the four Satans. Finishing her orders, she closed the telepathic channel and looked back toward her companions. As she began relaying the information she received and their courses of action, Rias noticed that her two new companions were looking pretty uncomfortable, especially Hanabi. She might not have realized that she had been dead. All right, we can discuss the details after the operation. We need to get moving. Isdeth, watch the gate. If I'm right, you'll be engaging the most enemies once the sound of the fighting reaches the base. Oh, it'll be so much fun. I've been given a lot of titles, but Vampire Slayer will be a new one, she said as a manic grin overtook her face. Looking to her new companions, she checked to make sure they were ready and began to move forward. Deeper into the cavern, 30 minutes later. It was gruesome. Hundreds of bodies littered the cavern. It turned out that she was wrong. The largest force, by far, was in this cavern. She had passed by quite a few training areas during her raid. Isdeth will be furious once she finds out. Luckily for her, these were all small fry, so she was able to get through it in her sealed state without too much trouble. Her divine sword in hand, she made short work of anyone who got close. Their bodies disintegrating on contact. She made sure to go for body blows to prevent them from cutting off the effective area, something she learned from the way Akame wields Mirasame. A sure kill cut to the arm can be mitigated if the arm's removed before the curse reaches the rest of the body. Her powers of destruction work using a similar principle. Suddenly, she felt three approaching to her left. Without even looking, she parried the first one's long sword, disintegrating it in the process and quickly cut off his head. Then she proceeded to make quick work of his friends. This was really too easy. Then again, their faction-killing strength would have come from a massive ritual invoking the purest principles of life and soul manipulation. They hadn't done that yet. Looking to her right, she noticed her two companions having an easy time as well. Hanabi's fighting style seemed to revolve around shooting precise injections of chakra through her fingers into key parts of the body, disabling them. Another thing she noticed was that she was fast, really fast for a human. She was moving at the speed of a high-class Night Peace Devil, those known for their speed. It didn't even look like she was trying. From what she read on the Otsutsuki clan's white eyes, she figured that Hanabi was using their 360-degree vision, though from the looks of it, there might be a small blind spot by her late reaction time to some angles toward her back. She would have to ask about that later. Laetitia was using a thin silver sword shaped like a cross. The guard was a rounded silver bar attached to a simple silver pommel. Interestingly, There were silver metal ribbons fitted around the guard, enhancing the sword's aesthetic appeal. Attached to the guard was a thin, long silver blade coated in golden flames. She suspected that to be a partial manifestation of her sacred gear attached to Jean's sword. Either way, Laetitia was efficient in her kills, appearing to kill as quickly as possible, likely as a show of mercy. Reaching crossroads. She reached out through her vision. A great concentration of evil was located on toward the path she felt lead to the Grawl, and one of slowly crumbling resolution on the other. We need to split up. They nodded. You two go towards Artoria down that path, while I take this one to get to Valerie. I'm expecting a battle on my side. It may be against Rizavim from the feeling I'm getting, so it might take a while to complete my objective. From the feeling I'm getting, you should be able to prevail against any enemy you run into, but be careful. Right? Hanabi said as she began heading down her assigned path. You as well. Laetitia finished before she went after her. Rias smiled before she started running down her path. She began to reinforce her spatial freezing as much as she could. Whoever was ahead could not be allowed to escape. Laetitia's POV. Rushing through the narrow passage, the two cut down the various vampires that got in their way. There was something odd though as they reached a clearing. Good lord, what is that? In front of them stood a small platoon of abominations. Women with sickly skin tinted in various colors stood in front of them. Each had different features that looked like grotesque combinations of vampires and demonic beasts, some more than one. They would go this far. They would defile these women to this extent. She whispered as her hand covered her mouth. She was doing her best to keep some semblance of composure. You shouldn't be surprised. This base belongs to the male-dominated faction, and they needed to run tests before they performed the real ritual. It makes sense that they would need test subjects. Hanabi said without showing any real signs of concern. During the final days before the end of her people, they ended up using the labs of a rogue shinobi named Orochimaru as a safe haven. His experiments resembled this and worse. They were also performed with much more frequency. Compared to that, this was pretty tame. But how could they do this? Laetitia exclaimed, clearly horrified as she prepared to give mercy to these creatures. A swift death was all she could offer. They felt these were just deaths as they contributed to their grand cause. They must feel that these women should feel honored to contribute. That, and they don't assign any real value to women, especially Carmilla women. Hanabi finished. Then, let's set them free. It's the least we can do, Laetitia finished as she charged into the horde. To reduce the numbers and scatter the horde, she reached out to her sacred gear, covered her blade with as much sacred fire as she could and swung. A crescent of flames flew forward into the horde. It cut through the front line and charged into the center. Once there, it exploded, scattering the platoon across the clearing. She took the right and Hanabi took the left as they systematically dismantled the horde. The rest was easy. While they may have become chimeras, their weakness to demonic energy was still present. With them crippled by the pain of the flames, the two were able to rip through them like paper. Looking deeper into the cave, Hanabi's eyes narrowed. There's only one enemy left, Laetitia, but he's at least ultimate class. His power's frightening. Do you know anything we can do to win? Is he in the same room with Artoria? Yes, he's standing in front of her by the door. Then, I'll distract him while you free her. If my attack doesn't do serious harm to him, then Artoria will be our final hope. Laetitia finished. She had just the ability for this situation, but it would be very dangerous. Hanabi needed to get Artoria free or they may just die here. Sounds like a plan, Hanabi said as she started to hang back. Laetitia seemed to pick up on Hanabi's plan from her lack of expression. Rushing forward, Laetitia saw that she was coming to the clearing and began to channel her power. While the being very likely knew they were on their way, taking the initiative was their best option. If Rias's visions were accurate, this was probably a devil, one experienced at manipulation through words. No, she needed this fight on her terms. Gathering as much magical energy as she could, she began to focus on her sacred gear. Balance breaker, burning saint, hand of God, she declared. As soon as those words were spoken, the cavern exploded in fire. The holy aura started to saturate the air in a heavy fog. Her blade began to glow in an increasingly radiant white light reminiscent of the sun. A cross could be seen manifesting behind her. With its presence, the fog thickened even further until the world around them disappeared. Euclid Lucifuge POV. No one was supposed to know of this place. He seethed as he heard the explosions going on closer to the entrance. How did they find out? We're in the middle of a continent no one wanted to be in. We shouldn't have been found. Hatred burned in his eyes, and he turned toward his captive. Artoria was in a sorry state, her shattered armor laid by her side. She has bruises and cuts all across her form. It was clear that violence was their first method of breaking her will. Her eyes struggling from keeping her flames of resolution from dying out. It was to be expected. She had just been informed that her lord was dead. While she didn't worship him in a religious capacity, he had bestowed her ancestor the holy spear representing the end, the ultimate sign of trust. He had given her the right to steer the fate of humanity, and now he was dead. Her eyes looked up at this evil man. A devil believing the old ways of embracing sin and committing atrocities. From the sound echoing through the cavern, help was on the way. Hopefully it would be enough. As the raid progressed, Euclid decided that it may be a good idea to send a distress signal. While he could teleport out of there, it wouldn't be a good idea. They needed this base. The problem was that it would take at least a few minutes for his reinforcements to teleport in. Even with the teleportation grid he set up for his master, time would be needed to finish establishing the connection. Suddenly, the world brightened, forcing his eyes closed. A heat slammed against his skin, holy energy filled his lungs, and he suddenly found himself tied on a cross of sacred flame. What the hell? I can't breathe. He was so surprised it took him a while to respond. Thinking about it logically in his pained state, it didn't take long to realize that this was Incineration Anthem's power, but he'd never seen such a strong usage of the tool. Him, a Satan-class devil, was being burned, even if for only a moment. Before he could react, though, a sword pierced toward his heart. With all the strength he could muster, he managed to move his arm to deflect the blow. Unfortunately for him, it still ended up piercing his right lung. The light burned through his body, weakening him further and further as time went on. Fortunately, though, the castor didn't seem to be able to maintain this burning world as it disappeared. Looking forward, he saw a clearly exhausted Laetitia, the reincarnation of the Saint of Orleans. Raising his hand to crush her quickly, he suddenly felt something behind him. Then when he turned around, he froze. Standing behind him was Hanabi, the chakra-wielding enigma, and Artoria, somehow clad in her fully restored armor, grasping her holy lance. This was not shaping to be a good day. He had to finish up quick. That last attack from the saint left a lot of holy energy in his system, and it was clearly killing him. He needed to get medical attention soon. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared for the coming fight. Laetitia POV. She's free. Pant, that's step 1 down, pant, she said as her balance breaker deactivated. She was not normally strong enough to affect a devil as strong as Euclid, but by concentrating the full power of her balance breaker to execute for a single instant, she managed the feat even better. While she did that, Hanabi managed to free Artoria. She really couldn't help but admire how quick her friend was. Were all shinobi this fast? She would have to ask after everything was done. Looking at Euclid, though, she was concerned. Although she managed to poison him with her purest holy power, he could still fight at an ultimate class for a bit. Her revelation was telling her it wouldn't be long. Even if he is Satan class, having pure holy power be pushed to the core of his respiratory system is beyond fatal. He's probably panicking now that he can't leave teleport around. She would take advantage of that. Suddenly, the three felt a rush of demonic power wildly radiating off Euclid's body. His eyes took on a gleam of unending hatred. Any patience he may have had for those he deemed inferior was clearly gone. "How dare you? You lowly humans!" Euclid exclaimed. "I need to kill them fast and get out of here. I can't wait for reinforcements. I have to kill them here. I better use that. I'll only have a minute of fighting potential though before my body starts shutting down. I need to make this quick." "Fine. You want to challenge your betters? Let me enlighten you to your folly," Euclid roared as he raised his right arm. Boosted gear. Balance breaker. Suddenly his form was covered by a full-body red armor with green orbs embedded at different points of his body. His armor bore resemblance to a dragon, the Red Dragon of Domination. "You're the Red Dragon Emperor." "How?" Artoria asked, clearly bewildered by the situation. Even if he acquired the gear, he shouldn't have the affinity to use it. Her thoughts were interrupted as she was punched into the wall. Where she previously stood, Euclid had his right arm raised, but there was something wrong. There should have been more power than that. He should have used the gear's boost function by now. Euclid looked down at the gear and raised his left arm. A pulsing black gauntlet appeared, replacing the red armor that was previously there, shocking all else in the room. The gauntlet glowed as he looked toward the green gem in his chest. "You will obey." The green orb started blinking multiple times before it, and all the orbs flashed in a black light. "Boost, boost, boost." "That's better," he said as the others began to fall into despair. He was too fast to see the first time, and now he was able to double his power 3 times? Laetitia blinked and suddenly, all she felt was pain. She and Hanabi were hit in the chest, any resistance broken without their conscious awareness. Euclid was too strong. They were going to die. One more time, they heard. Boost, 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 and Euclid flashed speeding toward Laetitia's position, intent on taking revenge for the fatal damage he received at the beginning of the fight. Before he could land the final strike, though, something appeared in his path. Boom! The cavern rumbled as the force behind that Satan-class strike dispersed into the atmosphere. When the dust settled, all 4 were shocked. In front of Euclid stood his death, one of Rias's demon god pillars. "I'm feeling a little left out," she said with a grin, which quickly shifted to a scowl. "How could you leave me with a small fry while you take on someone like this?" She roared as the previous bloody cavern froze in an instant, her newly gained demonic power far more potent than before with her new status as a pillar. The 4 started shivering, but it was not just from the change in temperature, it was the overwhelming power she radiated. Suddenly, the black gauntlet on Euclid's left hand froze, surprising the angered Euclid. "That shouldn't be possible. This is a Longinus sacred gear. How did it fail so easily?" Even his death frowned when that happened. She didn't do that. That could only happen to a gear as strong as that if the device had a dominant water attribute, which she was strong against, but that was clearly aspect toward dragons. Unfortunately for her, that marked the end of the fight. With the black gear out of commission, all the black orbs on his armor lit up in a flash of green light, and the power Euclid continued to accumulate rampaged through his body. With the holy energy already spreading to every cell in his body, this was the end for him. However, before his death could become a reality, his whole body was encased in ice. Laetitia couldn't believe what she was seeing. It looked right out of a cartoon. He was frozen. He looked like a picture. It was as if he was frozen in a moment in time. What she didn't realize was how right she was. The ice was a compressed and transcendent version of her previous time-freezing ability. Hanabi was of a similar mindset, but hers bred more self-loathing. If she couldn't even participate in this fight beyond capitalizing on a distraction, then she would stand no chance against Kagaya, a god. Then she looked at his death. From what she remembered during the explanation she received from Rias, his death was human before becoming a pillar. If she had that strength, Rias will have a ball when she sees you. And when she's done, so will I, his death stated in the silent cavern, a sadistic grin clear on her face. Slowly, Laetitia's consciousness began to fade. They had won, even if it was mostly thanks to the last-minute save. Rias POV time, when the 2 groups split. Rushing through the widening passage, Rias noticed that there were magic circles everywhere. Out of them came pools of blood. She couldn't identify where the other side led to, but if her vision was accurate, then there were likely people suffering. The odd part was, though, that there shouldn't be enough blood here to fuel the mountain. It was just passing human soul and life energy into the pool, likely to make it ideal for vampiric consumption. Let's see how far down the chain these circles affect. She reached out and poured some demonic power into the tributaries in front of her. Her goal was to see how far her powers could reach. She felt it spread further and further, till her power fed into the one of the streams that covered about an eighth of the mountain. This isn't enough. I need to go further and find the source. With that, she waved her hand, sending demonic energy into the magical circles, with a bit of her intent ordering the energy to spread out, acting as a beacon. She could use this to find these locations after the operation, or get her brother to do it. Finished with the circles, she waved her hand, and the circles dissolved under her power of destruction. Forward then, she thought as she kept moving forward. Wait, she stopped. Where are the rest of the vampires? Surely there should be more. She found it odd that this place didn't even have guards. Deciding to be cautious, Rias raised her hand. The black sword, shaped like a thin double helix, extending out of a black handle, manifested in her palm, the sword of Akasha. With it, she had a lot of options in case of ambushes or traps. Surprisingly, though, she didn't encounter any more resistance till she reached the heart of the cavern. What she saw raised every alarm she had. Chained to a ritual altar in the center, a blonde-haired young woman with red eyes lacking focus was being pumped full of gallons of blood, laced with the purest vitality in the mountain. The blood she saw on her way here paled in comparison. Behind her was a middle-aged man with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He was donned in armor resembling a blue and white version of her brother's. What was disconcerting about him was the unsettling aura he was releasing. She had to wonder what kind of twisted person one would have to be for their aura to reflect should malice. As soon as she registered his presence completely, two of the tomos sealing her power vanished, elevating her power to Satan-class levels. She didn't want to release the last seal since she wasn't sure what the result would be. It contained the full power of her authority, and she wasn't aware of the consequences of its release at this time. Her vision told her that she shouldn't need it though, as long as she doesn't play around. Defeat is a possibility in this fight, something she hasn't experienced in a while. Well, look what we have here. Zek's little sister, coming to face me alone, he said in a lackadaisical manner. This was good, he was underestimating her. She could use this. She performed a mock bow. Good day to you, my prince. It's good to see you, though I wish it would have been under better circumstances. What brings you to a place like this? She stated with mock formality. I was growing a little bored, and my wonderful subordinate came up with a wonderful idea to use the Grawl to make life fun. He passionately stated, but I guess you knew that already, didn't you? His face morphed into a sneer. I'm going to have so much fun with this. Here you are, confronting me in a location nobody that cares about you knows about, alone. He continued as his face warped into a maddening grin. The stakes are high, princess. You win and kill me, or I win and, well, you won't like that outcome very much. Unfortunately for you, the former is highly unlikely. Indeed, those were the stakes, but he was severely underestimating her. She wasn't masking her partially unsealed power, so the likely possibility was that he was imagining her as an 18-year-old version of her brother whose only weapon was power of destruction. Indeed, you are mostly correct. Let's see about that last one, though. One question before we begin. Are you doing this simply to relieve your boredom? Is playing on the vampire race's prejudices, insecurities, and ambitions a game to you? His grin didn't waver. Of course. What other reason would I need? It's in our nature to revel in this. To cause misery and suffering. She shook her head. It's people like you that give devils a bad name. A man living in the past. Deluded by outdated views on our own nature. Now, enough talking. I came here to kill you, and that's what's going to happen. With that, she launched herself at Ryzavim at her highest speed, sword positioned for a stab. Stunned, Ryzavim raised his hand to block with a powerful barrier. Satan-class devils could fight in hand-to-hand, but it was not preferred. Hell, he has no slouch himself in the art, but to start off with it was unexpected. As the two collided, the outcome was far from what Ryzavim expected. His barrier was being broken down without resistance. He was prepared to face her power of destruction. He even calculated that she may be able to channel it through that sword, but he's never heard of a weapon able to magnify its potency to this degree outside of the personal armaments of Shiva. This weapon wasn't any of the ones he knew that could make it happen, and he had been around for a long time. Decided a quick teleport was the key to getting some distance. He focused on doing so to get some distance. This was where he made his biggest mistake in the fight, and he realized why she did this. He couldn't teleport. It wasn't necessarily needed, but in a situation where he'd be met with a surprise unblockable attack, it was the go-to strategy. Something quick to take distance and reassess. The problem in this case came from the delay he experienced from trying to do so. Suddenly, 6 pairs of devil wings, a trait gained from being Lucifer's scion, sprouted from his back. Wrapping 2 pairs in front of him, he proceeded to use the other 4 to try propelling himself backwards. Once the sword made contact with the wings, they began turning black. Strange markings spread along their form, intense pain coming with them. An instant after the markings spread, the initial contact point disintegrated, making room for the sword to pierce forward. After the contact point was destroyed, Rias managed to successfully push himself backwards at an angle to disrupt her charge. Suddenly, though, his wings began pulsating with even greater pain as the markings reached his back. He reeled in pain as he spread his awareness toward his back. He felt them spreading to other parts of his body in a slow, methodical manner. What is this? Did she curse me? Since when did she get that ability? The Bale family's power doesn't do that. Suddenly he started panicking. This fight just started, and he just lost 2 major sources of power. In the biblical faction, wings were symbols of power. Their primary purpose was to contain one's power and focus it in a concentrated form for easy use. The benefit was easier access to their large reserves of power. The detriment was an easy target to strike, but they were incredibly sturdy, so that wasn't normally a problem. So, he was understandably frustrated on what he was going to do next. He reached behind himself and coated his hands in as much energy as he could at the moment and pulled at his 2 corrupted pairs of wings, ripping them off. He needed to get rid of the source of the taint to prevent the curse's spread from hastening. At this point, he needed to make sure that she didn't make contact with him again. Seeing his actions, Rias manifested 8 orbs behind her. 4 for power of destruction and 4 for death-cursed power. Within moments, she pelted him with a hail of bullets from both powers, while focusing her freezing power toward her right hand. Rias took to blocking these much easier. These weren't enhanced by that sword of hers. They're about as strong as her brother's, and the cursed ones don't seem to have destructive qualities, so I just need to make sure they don't touch me. It looks like I need to keep this long-ranged. Before he could plan his counterattack, he felt something stab into his back. Looking forward towards Rias, he found that she wasn't there. Slowly looking behind him, he saw her panting with her sword in his heart. How? Was Rias' last thought before he was consumed by the sword. His essence, life force, soul, and memories absorbed into Rias' ever-expanding collection. Then he was gone. Not a trace left of his existence other than the remnant demonic energy permeating the atmosphere and his head. She needed that for proof of her kill. I won. I beat a super devil on par with my brother. Once again, making his death a pillar was one of the best decisions I've ever made. Her ability to freeze time in a localized space is perfect. When Rias had gathered her energy in her hand, she was really going for a Satan-class time freeze. Within the seconds that she trapped Rias, she moved behind him and ran him through. I need to keep the time freeze secret for as long as I can. I want to keep it a secret before more people find out about it. She thought as she panted as she started toward the chain damper. Once she arrived, she noticed that Valerie wasn't mentally there. Checking with her vision, she noticed that through the various experiments Valerie's soul was breaking apart. What caused her current state was the massive influx of energy flowing into the Grawl. From the rise of him and his vampire cohort's perspectives, all they needed her to do was process a simple command. The sad part about this is that the only way to save her would be to turn her into a pillar, which would piece everything together and fill in what's left using her own soul as a blueprint. The problem is that she wasn't capable of consent, and the process would likely use her ideal of a loyal comrade and subordinate to fill in the gaps in her spirit. That's the actual goal of creating pillars, so that's what it defaults to if there are holes to fill. In fact, demon god pillars were the original form of the process Ajuka appropriated for the peerage system. It's just not widely known. With a sigh, Rias reached out and initiated the pillar process. A cerulean black marble manifested and proceeded to cover Valerie in a cocoon of light. Once done, it was quickly absorbed into herself. Then, she felt something different. What is that? She felt something cracking inside her. Is that the Grawl? So this is the process of my divinity superseding the biblical gods. Grawl continued to crack until it began to fully dissolve within Valerie. The process began to integrate the principles of life into her being. As this was happening, Rias felt the influx of knowledge and the birth of a new power. Though it would likely take a while for it to fully manifest. She should be capable to using it to a basic extent. Since the great evil is dead, she decided to move to the next phase of the plan, finding the source of the blood. Looking around the cavern, she noticed what appeared to another altar with a large broken dragon bone hanging above it. The bone appeared to have been broken in half, with the broken half facing the altar. Blood poured out of it in an unending stream. The altar has lines that connected from itself to Valerie's altar along with areas all over the mountain. Reaching out with her awareness, she was able to confirm that this was the source. Thinking logically, there was only one dragon whose bones could produce an infinite amount of blood, the infinite dragon god. That said, this bone looks like it's been around for a long time, and by the remnant dragon energy lingering on the bone, this must be from one of the times she battled Great Red, the dragon god of dreams. How the vampires found it is a mystery in and of itself. Deciding to get what she could out of the situation, she raised her sword and started plunging it into the bone. If this bone was still attached to its former owner, then this wouldn't work. Ophis is vastly more powerful than her, but by this point, her intent is practically gone. Absorbing it as possible, if barely. Once the bone was eventually assimilated into her, she decided to bundle the power into a small marble. It would be best to integrate this later. With that thought, she disabled her spatial freezing and teleported to the other's position. Before she left, though, she decided to curse the rest of the blood. Without much trouble, she created a concentrated ball of the curse and shot it at the altar where the bone was, letting the curse spread into every vein of blood carved into the mountain. Other groups' position. In a flash, Rias had reached the others. Though, they seemed to be in pretty bad shape. Laetitia, Hanabi, and Artoria were passed out lying next to each other in the middle of the room with this death standing guard. How could you? You left me with the small fry while they got to have most of the fun. Death said, face painted with a cute pout. Rias smiled and moved up to her and placed a hand on her cheek. Really? I remember there being quite a few ultimate class devils in the base. I thought you would have liked a warm-up before the main event, she said as her face took on a seductive look. Maybe if I give her what she wants, she'll let me go. She secretly thought, trying to resolve the situation without another fight. Oh really? Well, I wouldn't mind a fight with you a little later if you'd like. You can even choose the battlefield. Istetha's voice took on a similar look as her head moved forward and planted a small kiss on her cheek, making sure Rias didn't miss the implied innuendo. Sounds good, but let me help these guys first. We can continue this conversation later. Rias finished before moving toward the others. It looks like I really can't escape anymore. She reached out her hand and a golden energy took form. The energy streamed forward to coat the others, and within moments, their wounds were gone. Fancy. A new trick. She heard death in the background. Yes, I made the Valerie into a new pillar. With it, the Sephiroth Grawl fully assimilated into her pillar ability. A shifting sound soon became audible to the two. Shifting their attention, they noticed that the three sleeping beauties were getting up. When they regained consciousness, Laetitia recounted the situation. Much to Rias's surprise, it was much closer than she initially expected. Oh, and Rias, I would like to introduce the two of you. Laetitia exclaimed as she pointed toward Artoria. This is Artoria, a cousin of mine who inherited the spirit of King Arthur. I was actually hoping you would be able to help her out. Due to having the lance inside herself, she's been losing herself of late. All we know is that ever since it appeared for her following the merger, she's been getting colder. We're not sure if it's the price of using the lance or what, but we wanted to figure it out before it became a bigger problem. Rias nodded at the statement, while Artoria seemed confused. Shaking her head, Artoria stepped forward. Greetings. As my hasty cousin here mentioned, my name is Artoria. I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude for your help in rescuing us. We had indeed been hoping to find out more information on my condition, so if you could help it would be really appreciated. She finished. It was clear that she inherited Arthur's knightly mannerisms as well. You're very welcome. Though, I actually already have the solution to your problem. But there's a catch. You would need to become one of my demon god pillars. There aren't a whole lot of other treatments that can prevent spiritual contamination. Based off what I'm feeling at the moment, it looks like the lance is bleeding its divinity into you. While it makes you stronger, it also comes at the cost of human emotion. The treatment would help contain that divinity safely. It would allow you to safely assimilate your divinity as a part of your pillar ability, freeing your mind of its taint. Saving you via that method came to me in a prophetic vision. It's one of the primary reasons I'm in the area in the first place. I've actually already extended an offer to both Hanabi and Laetitia over there. Artoria furrowed her brow. Becoming the equivalent of one of the 72 pillars of Goetia wasn't something she'd ever consider. Then again, neither was God's death. What would the process entail? Rias smiled, happy to get to this stage without too much fuss. She should thank Euclid. By weakening Artoria's will with twisted facts, he ended up solving the biggest problems with getting Artoria by her side. Her faith in the light and hatred of darkness. While she ordinarily didn't like playing on a potential comrade's weaknesses, she needed to in this case to get past the initial stubbornness. Rias then proceeded to clinically explain the process and implications of the change. Before Artoria could respond, however, Hanabi darted forward. I accept your earlier offer. Hanabi blurted out before settling down. Lowering her head, she continued, I realized in this fight that I don't stand a chance against my world's tormentors. No matter how hard I train, I just can't access the necessary potential. She looked up, staring into Rias's reptilian ruby-red eyes. I need to be stronger. My only condition is that you help me resolve the crisis of my world, even if it's just killing the ones responsible. Rias nodded. She was glad to have another potential ally, and the condition was rather fair, especially since she was asking for her eternal loyalty. I will accept as well. Laetitia nodded. My revelation skill has been prompting me to do this for a long time, and working with you has only confirmed it. You're looking to create a utopia, and I'd like to be a part of that. And we really don't have a role in this world as our spirits already have inheritors to our mortal mantles. We're only here due to the vampires messing with the Grawl. Rias beamed. This is what she wanted to hear. 2 people she was deeply interested in will join her. Artoria looked conflicted. She didn't know Rias like her companions did. Sure, Rias organized the rescue effort and saved all of them from the Teeps faction, but eternal servitude was a lot. Then she thought back to the lance. If she didn't find an answer to that soon, there may not be much of her spirit left after long. After thinking of that, she looked toward her 2 companions. They needed someone to watch over them, especially her cousin. Laetitia may be one of the most intuitive people she knew, but she was also extremely trusting. She needed to be there, and she had the lance in case she needed out. She didn't know if it'd break the contract, but she was at least 50% sure that it would. Making up her mind, she turned to Rias. Then I will join as well. I don't know you, but I trust Laetitia's judgment with my life. She has never been wrong, and that's only become truer after merging with her ancestor. That said, I will be watching you. Betray our trust, and I will destroy you. Compulsion be damned. Artoria stated in a regal manner as Rias nodded. She definitely wanted to keep the inklings of her suspicions to herself. Hopefully this was the right decision. Standing up straight and making sure she presented herself formally. I vow to honor your trust. I will help you with your burdens, and together, we will build a kingdom where conflict between the supernatural is a matter of history. Her eyes glowed with resolution as 3 cerulean black orbs manifested out of her palms and cocooned the 3 new pillars, then they were absorbed into herself. Satisfied with how things turned out, Rias decided to deal with the frozen lucifuge. Before she could move, however, her vision showed her an image. A purple-haired girl sleeping, her essence and soul trapped in the sacred gear in her body to escape a sleeping curse. The scene shifted forward. Euclid Lucifuge came into the room with a group of elders from the Leviathan clan. his gaze apathetic as he proceeded to rip the sacred gear from her. The scene shifted. Euclid crafted a gauntlet and inserted the gear into it. "All that's left is to bond this to the boosted gear and everything will be perfect," he stated maliciously. It doesn't matter how he resists. The Nereid Kyrie will force it into obedience. With that, the vision faded to black. Digesting the vision, she realized that the gears on her person presented an opportunity. She could gain another pillar. Though it'd be another situation like Valerie, it would be the price this girl would pay for salvation. Touching the ice, Rias began to reach for the black gauntlet with her newfound golden power. Once the power made contact, she felt the sleeping soul. She didn't have enough experience with soul manipulation to pull her out safely, so she had to do two things at once. With one hand, she injected the death curse into the lucifuge, leaving only the head in a similar manner as Rias. Simultaneously, she sent the pillar creation orb into the black gear and guided it until it made contact with the girl's soul. Once the two made contact, Rias realized she may have made a mistake. The soul was currently connected to both the soul in the original Nereid Kyrie and the Welsh dragon. Although she wasn't actively commanding him, the Welsh dragon was still forced into a subservient capacity. The worst part about it was that she was currently connected with the soul using the life principle enhanced with the previously overwhelming life energy previously injected into the Grawl with the subspecies of life transmutation. All these factors ended up leading to one result Rias hated to admit she was extremely curious about: fusion. Since the girl was the soul receiving the pillar's protection, she started assimilating everything else. Both gauntlets wrapped in a cerulean black cocoon, which was pulled inside of Rias. When that happened, Rias felt a pulsating sensation in her core. When she looked inside, she saw all the new marbles of power gathering. Looking further, she realized something she had missed. She brought in a life transmutation marble into her core with almost enough energy fed into it to cast a grand ritual capable of reviving multiple Satan-class beings. Valerie couldn't handle the excess energy in her weakened state, so it ended up in her. All these things led to the startling realization that the new girl wasn't the only one going through a fusion. Realizing that she needed to get to a safe place, she looked toward Esteth. "I need to go into isolation to absorb these powers I've digested. The life power from the Grawl is causing some changes." Esteth nodded. She was surprised Rias didn't notice the possibility, especially with all the abominations that they encountered along the way. The Grawl couldn't do that in its base form, which meant that it was a subspecies, likely derived from Valerie's vampiric power to siphon abilities through blood. All that meaning assimilation could lead to some interesting outcomes. Please find Akame and help her finish her tasks. Once you feel that you've done enough, meet me back at the Gremory mansion. I don't know how long this is going to take, so it may be a while. I'll try to send the new pillars to you once they're ready, though. No point in keeping them inside my person during the entire duration of the transformation. Right. Don't be too long. Akame and I need someone powerful to spar with, and I doubt the 4 Satans will be up for it. They have a reputation to uphold. Rias laughed. Somehow I don't think reputation will be too much of a problem for them. If anything, it'll be Graphia that gets in the way. Oh, and I've condensed Rias and Euclid's memories in 2 crystals. I'll send them to my brother, but you should still give him the details of our operation, so he can deal with the aftermath. Esteth nodded and went about her business. Rias created a small teleportation circle leading to her brother's office and tossed the frozen heads with their memory crystals embedded in the ice into it. Thinking further, she condensed another crystal with the memories of her operation in this place and threw it in. She made sure that it contained only what was needed for her brother's investigation. Once done, she closed the circle and teleported away. The following morning, Rias made her way toward the town square. It sat uncomfortably close to the temple, close enough that she could already begin forming a mental layout of the area. If things unfolded the way her vision suggested, knowing distances and sight lines would matter. Her gaze swept the square until she found what she was looking for. An information broker shop. In territories governed by the Ars Goetia, DevilNet had long since rendered such professions obsolete. But the Sin lands were different. Signals were unreliable, teleportation distorted data transmission, and even the most established pillar families struggled to gather meaningful intelligence here. Whatever spy networks existed managed to scrape together fragments at best. Stepping inside, Rias approached the counter. "I'm looking for information on a place called the Sandpits," she said calmly, "and a detailed map of the surrounding area. Something compatible with a field terminal." She couldn't help but miss her old devil phone. It had been vastly more advanced. Unfortunately, every one of those devices carried embedded location relays. Keeping it would have been an invitation for her parents to find her. Terminals were crude by comparison, but discreet. "No problem," the broker replied, already reaching for a USB stick. "That'll be $50 devil dollars." As he worked, he glanced at her with mild curiosity. Not many travelers your age wander these lands. Especially not alone. "Freedom has a way of forcing growth," Rias replied. "I'm no exception." He hummed in agreement. "Fair enough. Still, I should warn you. The four Satans have been paying far more attention to this continent lately, especially after the disappearance of one of their family members." His eyes sharpened. "If you don't want that kind of attention, I'd tread carefully, young Gremory." Rias smiled faintly, lowering her gaze. "It's pandemos now," she said. "That life is behind me." The broker grimaced. "I'm no seer like your ancestors, but based on what I know," he hesitated, "you won't be avoiding your family for much longer." Her eyes snapped up. "What do you mean?" "The Gremory and Phoenix families intend to formalize your engagement to Riser Phoenix by the end of next month. With or without your consent." The air exploded. Rias's suppressed power surged outward in a violent wave, crushing the shop like an invisible ocean. The broker slammed to the floor, unable to breathe, demonic pressure pressing down on his soul itself. His vision darkened. "PL, please, SD." The pressure vanished. Rias froze, horror flashing across her face as she rushed forward. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I lost control." The broker gasped, then laughed weakly as he pulled himself up against the counter. "Don't apologize," he wheezed. "Comes with the job. Sensitive intelligence tends to provoke reactions." He glanced around at the cracked walls. "Though I'll admit, my wards barely survived that one. Mid-ultimate at least, conservative estimate." He slid the USB stick across the counter. "Information's on the house. From one concerned parent to a young woman who clearly needs it." Rias bowed deeply, setting the $50 devil dollars down alongside a glowing crimson gem. "That should reinforce your wards up to high ultimate." The broker stared, then smiled. "Much appreciated. Good luck out there." Rias didn't waste another second. The Sandpits. The location lay several miles southeast of Mame Village. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a cavern carved into the earth. But the moment Rias stepped closer, unease settled deep in her chest. This wasn't physical danger. It was prophecy. A warning of something so vile it would make even the original pillars recoil in fury. Inside the cavern, the air was thick and musty. The scent was unmistakable. Repetitive. Excessive. Her vision from yesterday made the implication clear. Strangely, there was no sand. She made a mental note to ask about the name later. Raising her hand, Rias activated a delayed summoning tag, locking onto her brother's signature. She didn't want to involve him, but this atrocity required witnesses. If this reached the wrong ears first, Satan Beelzebub's wrath would follow. Creeping forward, she crouched low and peered into the clearing. What she saw made her blood run cold. Holy maidens, still wearing the sacred garments of their faith, were chained by their limbs, suspended in grotesque positions. Some were unconscious. Others were hollow, broken in mind and spirit. The rumors were true. Diodora Astaroth's obsession ran far deeper than depravity. Now it made sense why evidence never surfaced. This operation wasn't even on the same continent. Devices malfunctioned here. Surveillance failed. And if this ever reached the church? War. Rias exhaled slowly. Her brother needed to see this. She placed the summoning tag on the ground and set it to activate in 1 hour. That gave her time to return to town. Given the chaos brewing back home, perhaps being found soon wouldn't be the worst outcome. That engagement had to be erased before it became law. Turning toward the exit, she stopped. A silhouette blocked the entrance. Blonde hair. Broad frame. The man from her vision. "I know you're there, Rias," Anki Abaddon called out. "No point hiding. You should really watch for alarms." "You're infamous," Rias replied coolly. "Your name came up the moment I entered town." She glanced back at the clearing. "Though it seems your guards didn't grasp the scale of your crimes." "We're devils," Anki sneered. "Sin is our nature. These maidens should feel honored." Her eyes hardened. "If that's what you believe, then you're already lost." "Enough," he roared as his newly awakened ultimate-class power erupted, crushing the cavern. "You think you can escape me here? Teleportation barely works on this continent." Rias smiled. "Who said anything about escaping?" Black and violet demonic power condensed into a thin blade in her hand. 8 fist-sized orbs materialized behind her, rotating slowly. Before Anki could close the distance, 4 of them fired. Destruction lances pierced his elbows and knees. In the next heartbeat, her blade impaled his heart. He felt it immediately. Not destruction. Consumption. His soul was being devoured. Anki collapsed lifeless. Rias searched the body, finding only a small black orb. Her prophetic sense screamed danger and significance. Temple-linked. Karmically weighted. She stored it away. As she exited the cavern, she cast a disposable ward, sealing the entrance for 30 minutes. Enough time. Enough control. Diodora would panic soon. And that was exactly what she wanted. When that happened, Rias felt a pulsating sensation in her core. When she looked inside, she saw all the new marbles of power gathering. Looking further, she realized something she had missed. She brought in a life transmutation marble into her core with almost enough energy fed into it to cast a grand ritual capable of reviving multiple Satan-class beings. Valerie couldn't handle the excess energy in her weakened state, so it ended up in her. All these things led to the startling realization that the new girl wasn't the only one going through a fusion. Realizing that she needed to get to a safe place, she looked toward Esteth. "I need to go into isolation to absorb these powers I've digested. The life power from the Grawl is causing some changes." Esteth nodded. She was surprised Rias didn't notice the possibility, especially with all the abominations that they encountered along the way. The Grawl couldn't do that in its base form, which meant that it was a subspecies, likely derived from Valerie's vampiric power to siphon abilities through blood. All that meaning, assimilation could lead to some interesting outcomes. Please find Akame and help her finish her tasks. Once you feel that you've done enough, meet me back at the Gremory mansion. I don't know how long this is going to take, so it may be a while. I'll try to send the new pillars to you once they're ready, though. No point in keeping them inside my person during the entire duration of the transformation. Right. Don't be too long. Akame and I need someone powerful to spar with, and I doubt the 4 Satans will be up for it. They have a reputation to uphold. Rias laughed. Somehow I don't think reputation will be too much of a problem for them. If anything, it'll be Graphia that gets in the way. Oh, and I've condensed Rhizavim and Euclid's memories in 2 crystals. I'll send them to my brother, but you should still give him the details of our operation, so he can deal with the aftermath. Esteth nodded and went about her business. Rias created a small teleportation circle leading to her brother's office and tossed the frozen heads with their memory crystals embedded in the ice into it. Thinking further, she condensed another crystal with the memories of her operation in this place and threw it in. She made sure that it contained only what was needed for her brother's investigation. Once done, she closed the circle and teleported away. Military complex outside the mountain. The town was in an uproar. An ice switch blocked the mountain path and started cutting down everyone who would get close like weeds. It didn't matter if they attacked with high-level vampires, ultimate levels, or even one infinitely close to Satan level, they all died in the engagement. Thought the near Satan level vampire lasted a while. That lasted for about half an hour before she disappeared. What made the situation worse is the realization that key figures throughout the town were being assassinated. It was madness. Almost everyone in a higher-level managerial position with a role relating to combat was gone. It didn't matter if it was arms or logistics, they were all taken out with a swiftness that terrified the people. The problem was, they had no way of leaving the area with those people gone. This land prevented teleportation for those beneath ultimate class, and everyone that was able to do so was now dead. Then, if that wasn't enough, the blood flowing from the mountains started to dry over the following days. Not just that, but it seemed like a curse was passed into it as everyone who drank from it died shortly after. It was a nightmare. Hopefully help would come soon or everyone in this town was doomed. Truthfully, Rias had forgotten that once it came and its death did their work, the people would be stranded. She didn't even consider that fact, and it likely would never come up unless her brother brought it up later. Seventh Heaven, Heaven Michael POV. A tall blonde-haired man wearing a set of holy armor rushed into the seventh following a rapid series of alarms from the Heaven system. Rushing to the console, he started reading through the alerts, and what he saw left him stumped. For sacred gears have disappeared. 2 original Longinus class and 1 that had achieved Longinus class a few years ago. There was another one as well, but it wasn't as concerning at the moment. How is this possible? He felt like he couldn't breathe. A holy relic may have been destroyed. That was the only way for the Sephiroth Grawl to disappear like that. An even more worrying prospect was the potential freeing of the Red Dragon Emperor. It may have been that someone used the Graal's power to revive him. The odd part was the Nereid Kyrie. Shouldn't the person responsible have kept that gear intact? That gear may make it possible to control the newly revived Drag. This needs investigating. He entered in a few commands to the system to call a council. We have an emergency situation. I'm calling the Seraphim for an immediate meeting to discuss the situation. He declared through the system. All recipient Seraphim would hear this message. I may need to contact Sirfal and Azazel for a meeting in the near future. For now, though, we'll have to conduct our own investigation. Surzex's office, Surzex POV. It had been a long couple of days. He had received the biggest shock of his life when his father sat him down and explained what Rias told him. She was a demon goddess? Was that true? Would she turn out like the original Lucifer? She said she wouldn't, but how true is that? They've only had one other example, and that was Lucifer. All these thoughts swirled in his head like a whirlpool as he started planning his next actions. He hadn't briefed the other Satans yet as he was still trying to grasp the implications, so he could take the initiative without losing control of the situation. Even if the other Satans don't tell anyone, they'll still act on the information and word will get out at some point. Once it does, it'll take on a life of its own, so it's better to get things straight now while it's a family secret. Hopefully she doesn't do anything too radical in her search for the Grail. In any case, it's best to start assessing our best courses of action going forward. Sigh, if only I didn't love my sister so much. This would be so much easier. As that thought finished flashing through his mind, a teleportation circle opened in his office. Instantly, he stood up. That belongs to Rias. His eyes narrowed as he waited for a few seconds and saw nothing coming out. Then, 2 frozen heads and 3 crystals popped out. 1 crystal was embedded in the ice of each head, while the third was by itself. His eyes widened as he recognized the heads. He jumped out of his seat and rushed to the closing circle. Just as he was about to reach it, it closed. Sighing, he walked back to his desk. Hesitating for a minute, he pressed a button on the side of it. Moments later, Grafia walked in and froze when she saw them. Eyes narrowed, she looked up at him. What happened, Surzex? She was mad, very mad. It had been quite a long time since she called him by his name without shortening it or adding master behind it. I don't know. Let's check the free crystal. It's the only one not associated with them, so maybe it'll give us a clue, he said as he picked it up. Slowly, he began inserting his demonic power inside. As he did, visions started flowing into his head. Information on a pure-blooded vampire settlement, a rescue operation, a grand ritual, invasion plans, and more. The part that explained the heads seemed to involve the 2 dead devils guiding the invasion plans and confronting them in battle. One hand holding his forehead, he handed the crystal to Grafia and proceeded to watch in fascination as she watched what her brother and ex-liege wanted to do, her face slowly shifting to horror. Then, they looked down at the 2 crystals seemingly containing their full sets of memories. Sigh, this is going to be a long day, and the perpetrator isn't even here to explain it. Grafia nodded. Master, at least we can use this to strike a major blow to the anti-Satan faction. The amount of intelligence in their minds must be staggering. We need to figure out an extraction plan. One thing does stick out to me, though. He nodded. Yes, my sister has caught up to me in strength. It's even possible she could beat me in a fight if things came down to it. His face shifted into a bright smile. She's grown strong. Grafia's face shifted into her own stoic variant smile. She has, though it'd be nice if she told us before she shifted the entire landscape of the underworld. His eyes began to narrow at those words. It may not just be the underworld. If what she said about her abilities is true, then heaven will find out shortly that a sacred gear has disappeared. Then there's the question with what she will do with the boosted gear that may disappear as well. If she were to integrate that ability then, we may have another heavenly dragon to worry about, especially if the Graal's life transmutation interacts with it. Grafia finished his statement. She caught on to what was probably going to happen. She was a lot more experienced in magic than her sister-in-law. She's experienced many situations where powers conflicted. It's one of the reasons devils don't often specialize in more than one. Not everyone gets to be a demon with assimilation powers. With that thought dying down, she walked up toward her brother and knelt down to get a better look at his head. I need to watch these memories, Zex, she started somberly. I need to know the atrocities he's committed under that man. I need to know where he's been and why he had to die. Are you sure? I can take care of this if you'd like. I can give you a summary and let you mourn him properly with the image of the man you knew still intact. She looked him in the eyes. I'm sure. I can't mourn him properly if I don't know who he really was. This is necessary. He nodded. This will take a while. He couldn't keep this to himself. He needed to call a meeting with the other Satans. This would change everything. First, he needed to review the information, then he would bring it to the Satans. This intel can't get lost. Luckily for him, his sister's authority deals with knowledge management, so he probably didn't have to worry about that. For Satan's meeting 1 week later, the 4 ruling devils in this section of the underworld sat at a large circular table. Surzex sat on the northern chair. On the eastern chair sat what appeared to be a pale white-skinned young girl in her late teens with a childlike body, hair in twin tails, purple eyes, and dressed in a white business suit. Ordinarily, she would be wearing a pink magical girl outfit, but with the implied seriousness of this meeting, she made an exception. This is Searfall Leviathan. On the southern chair sat a white-skinned, middle-aged man with a bald head wearing silver armor with a purple cape. This is Falbium Asmodeus. On the western chair sat a young man with slicked-back green hair and bright blue eyes. He was wearing a green jacket with a yellow lapel and purple handkerchief. This was Ajuka Beelzebub, the inventor of the Devil Peerage system. What's going on, Surzex? It's not like you to call us all like this with such short notice. Ajuka started. This was strange. His best friend seemed awfully shaken. What could be so important that this couldn't be discussed remotely? This is a busy month for us, you know that. Falbium asked. The reality was that he simply didn't like the fact that there was probably extra work coming out of this meeting. Searfall remained silent. Now was not the time for humor if Surzek's grave appearance was anything to go by. Thank you for coming, everyone. Let me start this meeting off by saying that last week, my sister thwarted a scheme by Rizavim Lucifer to use the Teeps vampire faction to conduct a simultaneous invasion of heaven and the underworld with an army of ultimate-class vampires and around 20 Satan-class vampires. What? The 3 stood up, but before they could make further comments, Surzex raised his hand, silencing them. This operation resulted in the deaths of both Rizavim Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge, with their entire set of memories being recorded in crystals. As he finished, the other Satan's expressions became grim. Have you verified this intelligence, Surzex? Falbium asked. He wasn't stupid. He could see the consequences of these actions and the possibilities they could use these memories for. Yes, I have reviewed the memories personally, visited the site of the conflict, witnessed the vampire settlement, talked with my sister's retainers still conducting a follow-up long-term investigation, and used some of Rizavim's memories to find some of the old Satan faction's less important secret caches. I didn't want to spook them before we move in full. I don't mean to pry, old friend, but how is your sister already strong enough to kill them, and why were they there in the first place? Ajuka asked, curious on the new addition to the Super Devil lineup. While not officially elected, it was clear that anyone who could kill a Super Devil is one. Sigh, I honestly wanted to keep this silent, and I would like to request that my next words won't leave this room, but Rias has inherited and mantled a divine position. She's currently the keeper of the Akashic records, and was there to rescue the wielder of the Sephiroth Grawl and make her into a pillar. She has currently succeeded in that endeavor. Sir Zex explained, fully expecting the reactions on their face. Zex. Searfall started with a serious expression on her face. Are you sure she won't become the next Lucifer, a tyrant and megalomaniac? She asked. This was important. The only other devil with divinity was Lucifer, and that didn't end well. I honestly don't know. She mentioned that Lucifer went mad due to his divinity coming from the discarded dark half of God. It wasn't the divinity, but the source that was the problem. In Rias's case, her divinity stems from a record keeper. The reason she can create pillars is that soon after she disappeared a decade ago, she found a demon inheritance and became one. With her being a demon goddess, the power to create pillars became available. He finished. The others didn't react nearly as much as before. Sir Zex, could you convince Rias to let me run some diagnostics on some of her pillars? I would also like to see the process one goes through to become one. Witnessing the process could be just what I need to create artificial pillars. We may even be able to make the pillar abilities of the current houses available to more devils. Ajuka asked, already in his inventor mode. Finally, a thread I can follow. I've been stuck in a rut with nowhere to go with this for so long. With the natural process on full display, I can move forward. I don't mind asking. It'll be up to her though. With this, she's likely at least as strong as I am. Even I was never able to guarantee killing Rizavim, despite being stronger than him. Ajuka nodded. Sir Zex, what's the plan for the old Satan faction? With all the intelligence and a week of lead time, surely you already have the beginnings of a plan. Falbium got back to the main point. They needed to move fast before the faction found out their advantage. They needed to catch as many criminals as possible. I do. Sir Zex slid 3 manila folders to his comrades. There was also one in front of him. Then he took out the memory crystals and passed one to Searfall and the other to Ajuka, clearly intended to pass them around the room in a bit of show and tell. Watch these first, and then we'll go over the courses of action I developed. They nodded and started searching. Falbium, not one to waste time, began looking through the manila folder at the current plans to get an idea of what to look for in the visions, and also set his expectations of what he'd find. Before he could get very far, a third crystal landed in front of him. I almost forgot that one. It's significantly shorter than the other ones, but it's the Operation Memory Crystal from the raid my sister conducted. Falbium nodded, put down the folder and proceeded to review the crystal. Sir Zex nodded. Things were going to change in the underworld. His sister just cleared almost every obstacle in one fell swoop, and she probably wasn't even trying. She just wanted the Grawl. Deep in the mountains in the land of Sloth, Rias POV. Shortly after the operation, Rias didn't have a whole lot of options at the moment. She needed a deep mountain. One without any witnesses. She didn't know how long this was going to take, nor did she know how much energy would be released. To be safe though, she chose the tomb of an old demon that ran deep beneath the earth. The tomb itself was something she had discovered in the later years of her journey. It had many pre-existing concealment measures she could use during the process. After setting up her strongest persistent concealment and protection fields, she sat down in the center and allowed the fusion process to start. In an instant, she was cocooned in cerulean light, her heartbeat sounding loudly in the array. Internally, the powers began to merge. Her demon and goddess powers were already connected, but they still acted as separate powers. These two linked up with the heavenly dragon power and formed a trinity. The power she received from Ophus's bone spread and merged with all 3 powers collectively rather than just the dragon power. The next part involved the trinity becoming one. They would still be 3, but also one. It was a sacred principle in most mythologies for a trinity to represent the core of power. The biblical god had long performed the fusion of his three identities when he was alive. His fusion was the most perfect of all gods, and she was moving in a similar direction. The addition of the dragon aspect was crucial for her to achieve her objectives. One thing that all supernatural beings in this world knew was that dragons were the center of destiny in this world. If she wanted to invoke lasting change, she would need that aspect. It's an almost absolute world rule. Even the biblical god failed to overcome it. Instead, he captured two of the most influential dragons and passed them off to humans, who he trusted with the future of the three factions. In a way, she was usurping the destiny that should have been afforded to the previous wielder of the gear. There had never been a red dragon emperor that died before they could even make an impact on the supernatural. They had always reached the stage where they would face their rival in combat, even if that was their last, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility to assume that his karma was stolen by someone. What she didn't realize was that it was her who unknowingly caused these changes long ago. With the merge happening, the other powers she collected started to perform a new fusion with the new Trinity core. There was a problem, though. She felt herself lose access to all the individual abilities of her pillars. In exchange, the abilities seemed to merge into her two primary powers, her powers of destruction and prophecy, the fusion pushing the abilities toward evolution. With this fusion, her power of destruction evolved into a new divine ability, all things end. If her vision was right, the power of prophecy would likely serve as the core of another ability in the future. She could feel that it would have something to do with these eye bloodlines. Hanabi's eyes had already merged with it, and it likely needed one more step before reaching its true potential. She had a feeling it wouldn't end up as a physical change to her eyes, though. It would probably be a spiritual vision manifesting as a divine version of her power of prophecy. Feeling this new ability take shape, she would need to explore the possibilities. As she took in this information, she realized that some pillar abilities came out better than others in the loss. For example, Akame's curse power was still mostly intact, except her blood was no longer passively cursed, while her life principle was only usable in the form of self-life transmutation, the ability to add characteristics of assimilated enemies to herself and increased regeneration. Every other aspect of the life principle would require Valerie to perform. She honestly wasn't sure if it was worth the trade-off. She lost the omni-creation god potential and set herself on the path of a destroyer, a role in line with her bloodline to her chagrin. The good thing, though, is that as long as she exists, so too will her pillars, and they do have access to the full abilities. Working together as a team will be even more necessary going forward. When all these finished happening, her body started transforming to accommodate the changes in ability. Unlike the time when she gained divinity, this time she was gaining a true form. It's something that all beings go through at a certain level of power. In Surzek's case, his true form was rather simple, a human-shaped amalgamation of his purest power of destruction. It was rather simple because Surzek's didn't have other powers to merge into it. That didn't mean it wasn't deadly. With that form, Surzek's was one of the top 10 combatants in the world. The only reason Rizavim didn't use his was that it wouldn't have solved his problem in the fight. It would have made him a bigger target. Once she was done with the transformation, she could shift back to her sealed state and use partial transformations as the fight called for it. The problem came with the question of if she would ever be able to use the true form. Seeing as her power's aspect toward bringing an end to all things, her true form would likely bring collateral damage. Maybe that's the price for integrating the inherited essence of Draeg, who had a similar problem with his flames being too destructive. That said, this transformation would take a while to complete. She would have to be patient. Gremory Mansion, Surzek's POV. 3 months later. It had been 3 months since he had last seen his daughter. Although he was worried, he could already guess what was happening. All figures of power who paid attention to the news could infer what was happening. It was announced a little over 2 months ago that Rias killed Rizavim Lucifer with her new subordinates, killing his lieutenant. This came after a massive operation to capture and detain critical members of the old Satan faction. No one knew how the Satans got as much intelligence as they had, but they managed to find the vast majority of the old Satan faction's critical logistics points and seize them. Such an action would have normally led to a new civil war, but by the time they found out, their supply chains were cut, their leaders dead, and the complicit future scions dead and buried. During the process, they managed to get support from the current generation's vanishing dragon to participate in the raids. According to him, it was the least he could do for killing his grandfather. That was another shocker. His grandfather was Rise of Lucifer. All in all, the devils began to fully consolidate under the rule of the four Satans. Rias was fully elected as a super devil with the whole of the underworld waiting for her to appear in public again. Aside from a couple arrogant heirs though, no one publicly called for her to appear. They were all aware of the process that would likely result from such an action, especially when Surzex implied that she gained additional power from the kill. He made it blatantly obvious. The last bit of news was the request by Valley Lucifer to meet her and her subordinates, following the news of either the revival or true death of Draeg, the Red Dragon Emperor. Heaven also started calling for a three-factions meeting in response. On a separate matter, Laetitia, Hanabi, and Artoria arrived back in the mansion a month after the process started. According to them, Valerie and the other girl would likely join when Rias was done. The other girl especially, if they were to be believed, seemed to be gaining a very strong dragon presence similar to Rias. That gave Surzex an idea of what might be going on, but it was a little too fantastical to be true. They didn't interact much with anyone outside the Gremory mansion, since they were making time to understand their new circumstances. They said they'd reveal more about themselves when Rias arrived. Suddenly, a burst of magical energy erupted, shaking the entirety of the underworld. Following that, a dragon roar could be heard, everywhere from one corner of the Ars Goetia proper to the other. From the feeling of the released aura and the feeling of annihilation it brought, it was most definitely Rias. Then it was over, or so he thought, until another loud, but more mellow dragon roar followed. This one's aura was more soothing. You could feel the dense water affinity the owner had. This one must be the other girl. That assimilation authority really must be useful if she can inherit the properties of a heavenly dragon. Then Surzex stopped. There are two new heavenly dragons and one subservient to the other. This would be yet another headache. Sitting down, Surzex held his head in his hands, expecting the chaos to ensue. Soon, a cerulean teleportation circle appeared and three figures came out. Rias wasn't much different from before. The only difference was her violet eyes and the destructive power clearly reflective in her aura. No, destruction was not the way to put it. It was as if she was the end of all things, a feeling that should in no way be coming off of anything but it. Next to her was a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. The only demonic feature on her person were the horns resembling Rias. She wore a tight black long-sleeved shirt, which was partially covered by a short white jacket with a fur lining. She wore short shorts, knee-high stockings, and small black sneakers. This must be Valerie Teeps. The other was a young woman who had back-length purple hair with orange eyes. She didn't have any demonic features, but that must be due to the dragon heritage. She wore a white noble dress with cleavage that exposed part of her big breasts, high sides, slits, and arm sleeves. She also wears a black miniskirt. Based on the powerful draconic aura I'm sensing from her, she must be the other heavenly dragon. The disturbing part of this is that she looks eerily similar to the missing Leviathan clan heir. Searfall will want to know about this. She's been worried sick. Rias. Surzex charged at her, arms spread wide to go for a big hug. Graphia shook her head as she stood at the side and smiled. Rias smiled and accepted it. She contemplated knocking him away, but she did understand that she must have worried her family. "How's it going, big brother?" she asked, still in the hug. "It's busy. Someone decided to leave their big bro with a mountain of work," Surzex said as fake tears started to fall. Then he started to release the hug. "Are you here for good, or is there another operation you're going to do?" he asked, hoping she would stay. She really gave him a lot of work. "Honestly, we're planning on staying for a month or two. We'll take the time to train our new abilities, catch up with old contacts, and prepare for the next one. Our next excursion will likely be to help Hanabi get closure on an event in her past. I'd like to say it'll be quick, but it probably won't." "Great. That'll give me time to catch up on the last mountain of paperwork you left me." It'll also give you time to show up publicly. You've been nominated as a super devil, though that may not be strictly correct, Ms. Heavenly Dragon. He teased, causing Rias to blush. Technically, if I had a full title, it'd probably be Demon Goddess of the End. While I may have integrated the essence of a heavenly dragon, I would not go so far as to call myself one, even if my true form would suggest otherwise. I may have the body and abilities of one, but I lean more towards the other two in everything else. She responded clinically. The end? Where did that come from? Surzex asked, head tilted. I lost all access to the individual forms of my pillar abilities. In exchange, aspects of their power merged with my two core abilities. Power of prophecy and power of destruction. While the former is still missing something before it can evolve, the latter already has. It embodies myself warping reality to take something to the end of its existence. In simple terms, it's a customizable evolved version of the power of destruction, I think, she explained, still interested herself how on the different ways to apply her power. You think? Surzex asked. Well, I don't have enough control over it to really use it as intended, since it adds a spread effect to the targeted area. The damage would be catastrophic if I tried using it now, so I have to actively seal and dilute its power. Honestly, I've become less combat effective in the short term while I learn how to use this. She responded with a shrug of her shoulder. Well, that's interesting. We'll have to test it out. Surzex really was interested in how this power worked. Maybe he could use it to improve his own power of destruction. By the way, Ajuka was hoping that you could demonstrate your pillar creation ability with him present the next time you create one. He's hoping he can use it as inspiration. Rias nodded. Sure. I have no problem with that. I had a few contacts that I was going to reach out to for that purpose anyway. There are two people I met while on my journey. A Nekashu named Kuroka and a fallen angel named Akino. When he heard that, Surzek's expression became serious. Rias, you know she's an SS-class criminal, right? If you add her, there'll be problems. He said seriously. He really didn't want to open this can of worms. Also, if this Akino is who I think she is, the Himajima clan will make trouble. Rias gave him a dry stare. That's not my problem. They've shared their stories. They were telling the truth, I've seen it. I will not punish them for circumstances outside of their control. I saved Akino's life, and I promised I would come for her once my freedom has been earned. Kuroka wants to repopulate her species. What better way than to gain a form of eternity to watch it happen? If those who would promote injustice would sentence them to their death, I will stand by their side. They've suffered enough and deserve to be happy. Then again, I doubt that will be necessary. Rias stated with a serious, she didn't like to carry on happy occasions like this one. She had to make a point though. This was non-negotiable. Sigh, fine. We'll talk about the specifics later. Then his hands started flailing in the air. Seriously, my sis is so mean. I try to help and I become the bad guy. He said in a silly manner. Let's get inside. I'm sure you want to reunite with your pillars. Our parents will be home later this evening. Rias nodded and proceeded to wave her pillar to go inside. Rias's room, Rias POV. Looking her room, she realized that she really needed to decorate this place. It was definitely a room fit for a duke's daughter. Everything looked like it was worth thousands of dollars. While it looked great for someone of her position, it didn't have anything that expressed it as hers. She would need to get some advice. Though, none of her pillars come from backgrounds that would afford them this kind of room, so she needed another opinion. Maybe she'll call Sona. If she remembered correctly, she was currently in a human town named Kuo. Thinking about it logically, she'd probably have attended with her had she never left. She'd always had a fascination with Japanese culture, hence her choice of clothing. Sitting down in a set of beanbag chairs laid out by the maids, the pillars got ready to formally introduce themselves to each other. Looking around the room in a clockwise direction, she noted Ingbiled Leviathan, Akame, Isdeth Pardas, Artoria Pendragon, Laetitia D. Arc, Hanabi Hyuga, and Valerie Teeps in that order. All right, everyone, let's get introductions out the way. I've certainly met all of you, but not all you have had the chance to have proper introductions to each other. I want to take the time to get to know each other better. Ideally, you should give a brief summary of who you are, what your main powers are, any problems you need addressing, and your dreams for the future. For the problem sharing, the goal is to put our individual troubles out there so we can get input from the group. I'll start. She started. My name's Rias Pandemos, though my birth name is Rias Gremory. I'm a devil that has evolved into a demon goddess and have recently developed a heavenly dragon-based true form. I've recently come about a problem in my power that I'm trying to address. I lost the individual manifestations of the pillar abilities I inherited from you in favor of evolving my powers of destruction and prophecy. The problem mainly comes from the former. With that, I'm having to seriously restrain myself to not cause collateral damage. From DxD's later memories, he seemed to have a similar problem with his flames. That'll be my main focus during the next month of training, retraining. That aside, my dream for the future is to create an ideal kingdom where all supernatural races can reside. I'll be needed you now more than ever for that, especially with my loss of access to your abilities. They all nodded as she finished explaining. The problem was certainly new, but considering they were all bound to her for eternity, it really didn't present that much of a problem. They were planning on being a part of her kingdom anyways, well, at least the ones who had heard of it. My name is Ingvild Leviathan. She started in a soft-spoken manner. I was kind of reborn from the pillar process. Rias took my soul fragments from the Black Gear and used them as the core of the pillar creation. From there, the soul of the Red Dragon Emperor and the soul in the Nereid Kyrie were used as material to fill in the gaps in the shattered soul to create me using life transmutation. From what she told me, I don't think she realized that would happen. Due to DxD being used as material, I've become a heavenly dragon, the true incarnation of the Leviathan. I'll need to train to use those abilities too. In a way, I'm his successor or his daughter, depending on how you want to look at it. Aside from my dragon form, my powers mainly lie in supporting or controlling dragons through song and an innate control of the ocean. My initial goal is to bring the elders who sold me to Euclid to justice, though that may just be a matter of bringing it to the Satans, so it probably won't be a long-term problem. I'm still finding my dream, but I'll work with Rias on hers for now. Ingvild finished. Whistle, I can't wait for a match. It's not every day one can say they fought against a heavenly dragon. Isdeth said with a wide grin. I agree, and maybe we can use this experience to get a grasp on how well we do against Great Tyrant, Akame added. I can help with that as well, though we'll probably want to find as open a space as possible for the test run, and I'll need a lot of time before I can try out my true form. If I have problems controlling my powers now, it would be a disaster in my true form. My name is Akame, no last name. I was a professional assassin for my previous empire and later the Liberation Movement. After its destruction, I've been traveling with Isdeth to gain the strength needed to kill Great Tyrant. My powers are mostly based around using a death curse to kill targets. Aside from that, I'm primarily skilled in espionage and assassination. My dream is the same as Rias's. It was what I was fighting for on a smaller scale when the Empire was still around. I wanted to create an empire where people could live in peace. Everyone nodded. Well, I guess it's my turn. My name's Isdeth and I was a general for the same empire Akame was from. She already stated our problem, so I won't repeat it. My power lies in using the powers of ice and freezing. Thanks to the pillar, I've gained the ability to improve my previous time freezing and extend it to concepts like space as well. I still need to take the time to explore the limits of that ability. My dream is, well, she looked at Rias, I'll keep it to myself for now, she finished with a smirk causing Rias to blush. Greetings, my name is Artoria Pendragon. I belong to the Pendragon family, but was later sold to the Rizavim along with my cousin Laetitia by my family. My powers lie in my utilization of Rongaminiad, the holy spear bound to me, though there's likely more that I can achieve as well due to myself being merged with the remnant spirit of King Arthur. As I've ended up in an arguably better situation than when I was in the Pendragon family, I'm not seeking any forms of revenge other than living a good life. My dream is of the same vein as Rias's, creating a utopia. Truthfully though, it may be a dream I inherited from my ancestor. So, how's that different than Arthur from the hero faction? Valerie asked. If he's who I think he is, then he inherited the essence of the original spirit, while I was merged with a soul recreated by the Sephiroth Gruul. Unlike Arthur, I can access the original's full set of memories, but that might also have something to do with our master. Rias nodded, clearly agreeing with her part in the memory retrieval. Knowledge management can help access memories that people themselves can't access. It's really useful for trauma cases and interrogation, though she hadn't tried the last one yet. Valerie nodded. My name is Laetitia D. Ark, and I'm in a similar vein as my cousin. I would like to visit my family at some point to let them know I'm okay, but aside from that, I'm where I need to be. She smiled. My powers are based around fire from the incineration anthem used to create my pillar ability. I'm also pretty handy with a sword, she joked. I don't really have a dream, but I love to see people smile, so I'll do my best to help create this utopia. My name is Hanabi Hyuga. I'm the only survivor of my people, though I will need to confirm that. From what Rias tells me, I'm likely a descendant of a demon clan called the Otsutsukis. It's the reason why I didn't develop horns like most of you. My changes happened internally. My powers revolve around the utilization of chakra and my eyes to see critical points in the body. From the pillar, I've gained the next form of my eyes and the ability to rapidly create and use my bones as weapons. My current goal is to get closure for my world, so I'd like your help in investigating that after our month of training. She paused. I honestly don't have a dream at the moment. I've been in a kind of haze and my world died, so I'll have to wait and answer that after I complete my goal. Everyone nodded with grave expressions. If you need anyone to talk to, Death and I are here. We also know what it's like to lose everything. Akame quietly stated. Thank you. I may just to take you up on that. Hanabi said with a trace of gratitude. All right, I'm Valerie Teeps. I'm in a similar position as Ingbild. My soul was fractured and I had to use the remnant will in the Grawl and Rias's own soul to help me fill my own. She said with a small smile. My powers revolve around life energy manipulation, life transmutation, soul manipulation, and time manipulation. Before she continued, Death stopped her. Wait, where did the time manipulation come from? I didn't know the Grawl could do that. Hearing the question, Valerie nodded sadly. It can't. When I was little, my friend died at the hands of the Teeps faction during an escape attempt. Before he died, however, he secretly gave me his forbidden Baylorview sacred gear. I don't know why I was able to integrate it, but I assume it's due to the life transmutation subspecies. While it was sealed before to prevent detection from the purebloods, the pillar transformation made it a permanent part of my abilities. Her sad expression brightened at the thought. My friend will always be with me, showing me the way to our future. What she didn't notice was a single tear going down Hanabi's face at those words. She remembered the 6th Hokage telling them that story before the end. It was his motivation to move forward. I don't have a dream yet, but I would be honored if you'd let me help achieve all of yours, she said with one of the brightest smiles they'd ever seen. It was as if an angel descended in this room, though it'd be arguable if an angel would be smiling in the presence of demon god pillars. Rias nodded. Of course, that's why we're doing this. We're a team. I won't give orders often, but I will in this case. Everyone sat up anticipating the first real command most had received. You are not to sit on your problems. You are not to try and solve them alone. In this case, your pride doesn't matter. You are to rely on the group and together we will weather any obstacles that may arise. That goes for myself as well. If you see me doing that, I want you to point it out. One of the benefits of being demons is that we're a pack species. We're stronger together. The group smiled. This was a good choice. It wasn't a mistake to choose to serve their new master. Gremory Mansion, Zeodicus's office, night. Knock knock. Father, you called? Rias asked. She had been summoned by her father to his office. I guess it's time to talk next steps. When she walked in, she saw her father sitting at his desk with her brother leaning on the wall. Looks like this is a bit serious, she mused. Yes, I wanted to catch you up on what went on in the past 3 months after a certain someone thwarted an invasion, he said straight-faced, while Surzex chuckled. Yes, Falbium asked me to thank you for throwing all that work on his desk. We've been raiding old Satan faction compounds since the news. At this time, they're a shell of their former selves. One of the downsides to respecting a single apathetic leader so much is that they hold the keys to your destruction. Surzex chimed in. After chuckling a bit, he continued. There's also the fallout that needs dealing with after the disappearance of the sacred gears you destroyed. Factions across the world are spooked at the potential revival of the Dragon of Domination, though it seems their worries are a little misplaced, he said, mirth clear in his voice. As such, the three factions are holding a joint meeting to discuss the recent events. One of the items Azazel has been pushing for is a peace treaty. It is to take place at Kuo Academy in the human world due to it being neutral territory. Before he continued, Rias interjected. Wait, they needed a well-secured compound in neutral territory, and they chose an academy in the human world. They're just asking to be attacked. Surzex chuckled and nodded. Yes, they are. That's part of the objective. Create a united front by putting on a show of a mutual enemy. We have intelligence that Kokobeel plans on allying with Loki to attack along with members of the hero faction. And do you have a plan for how to have that fight without causing significant collateral damage? In that location, neither of us would be able to stretch our legs. Everyone chuckled. We were hoping you would come. Then you, Michael, and myself would hold the barrier, while our forces engage theirs. Ideally, you would only bring 2 pillars. The goal would be to make it look like the fight was a challenge. The pillars would really just be there to limit the damage to our forces, he explained. Rias's hand gripped her chin as she contemplated the situation. That makes sense. I may not have the best control over my new authority, but if it's just to act as a massive battery, there aren't many who are more qualified. That, and I can field test some of the pillars. After finishing her thoughts, she looked in his direction. All right, I'll ask for volunteers then. Actually, Surzex interjected, we were hoping you could bring Ingvild and Valerie. Considering the disappearance of their sacred gears, they'll likely come up in conversation. Plus, the other 2 factions seem to want to meet the new Dragon Emperor. Brows furrowed, Rias took a moment to contemplate then responded. If I really bring them, I'll be announcing my status to the world. Once that happens, there will be no going back. She thought as her eyes seemed lost in the ceiling. Then, she looked back at Surzex, then at her father. Are you 2 really ready to do this? After this is done, we really won't be able to go back. I may not even be able to be a permanent resident of this household anymore. This time Zeoticus was the one to respond. I'm not sure you've realized, but the box was opened 3 months ago when you created your 4 new pillars. It wasn't hard to figure out what happened with Rizavim dying at the same time. Sona Citri already confirmed that it was devils that killed the boy projected to be the next Red Dragon Emperor by ripping out his gear. After further investigation following the ceasing of the numerous old Satan faction compounds you helped us find, we confirmed that those devils were direct servants of the Euclid Lucifuge. With that information available to various involved high-ranked devils, it wasn't hard to link the disappearance of the sacred gears to you. That's even more true with the rumors of you attaining your true form. Long story short, people may not know all of it, but they've guessed at least half. He explained mirthfully. Did she really think no one noticed, especially after the large set of raids she triggered? The information was practically given to us. Smiling, he finished, you have a lot to learn about keeping secrets, chuckle. Rias was stumped. She hadn't thought of that. She hadn't considered how immediate the reaction would be to the shattering of the sacred gears. She didn't realize heaven had the means to detect their disappearance. It looks like these old farts are better than I gave them credit for, she chuckled ruefully. She really started to realize that she wasn't giving them enough credit. Now that she thought about it, maybe she should have been more patient. That's been a problem for her, impatience. When she sees a pillar candidate, she wants them in the fold as soon as possible. While she trusts her vision, she really should take some more time to build a rapport. She'll probably need to spend some time getting to know her 5 new pillars soon. Valerie and Ingvild should be fine since they used parts of herself to reconstitute themselves. They will inherently trust her by default. She'll still put a focused effort into them, but her priority really should be the others, especially Artoria. She specifically told her that she didn't know her. She didn't even trust her. She trusted Laetitia, who trusted her due to her revelation skill. Rias? Zeoticus asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. Sorry about that, just surprised is all. He nodded. It looks like you're right. All right, when's the event? Honestly, we were waiting on you, so 2 weeks give or take. Would you be willing to stay in Quo until the conference? The Gregory set up a large 3-story mansion for anyone who plans to attend. Each floor corresponds to a faction. I've even set up a teleportation array that leads to a private training space modeled after what we use for raiding games. Just try not to use too much power. They may be sturdy, but we're at the top for a reason. Surzex explained. He was glad that his sister was more reasonable than she had been as a child. It really helped in situations like these. She was still willful, though. That hadn't changed, as was demonstrated by the raid she conducted 3 months ago without permission or even notification. Rias nodded. That's reasonable. As long as we can do our training, it should be fine. I'll warn you now, though. Make sure you set up more than one dimension. I'm training my divine ability, and I'll probably destroy a couple of them, she finished saying as a smirk rose to her face. Well, that settles it then. I'll make the arrangements to get your stuff moved, and you'll go there with all your pillars. While only 2 may be attending, your rash creation of pillars needs to be dealt with. I imagine that you still need time to reinforce your bonds. Rias's eye twitched. How did her father know? She just realized that a moment ago. With a sigh, she returned to the conversation. For the next hour, she discussed the specifics of responsibilities she would take on in the underworld in her new capacity of Super Devil. She was warned that those may change, though, depending on how the meeting turned out. While she may be leaving the Gremory house soon, she still cared about the Ars Goetia. She would create her paradise, but that didn't mean they would be forsaken. Co Academy Student Council Office, Rias POV. Sitting in the Student Council office, Sona Citri was sitting down working on important documents with 3 members of her peerage. They were Tsubaki Shinra, Kaneko Tujo, and Yudo Kiba. Sona is a young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. Tsubaki is a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. Kaneko is a petite girl around 15 years old with white hair and hazel eyes. At the front, her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. All 3 of them were wearing the Kuo Academy girls' uniform consisting of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. Yudo is a pretty boy with short blonde hair, gray eyes, and a mole under his left eye. He's wearing the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. They were unusually busy at the moment, as they had to make preparations for the 3 factions meeting that would be occurring. The faction leaders already had accommodations set up for everyone, so that wasn't something they had to stress about. They did have to worry about potential damages from any fallout, however. While they weren't made privy to news of any planned attack, it was almost guaranteed with the importance of this meeting. There were too many people itching for a reason for conflict. They also had to do necessary hypnosis runs on all the students and their families to keep them out of the area on that day, with conditions to allow easy modification. That's where the other members of the peerage were. Long story short, they weren't having a good time. Suddenly, a large cerulean teleportation circle lit up and Rias and her pillars appeared. Sona's hands started to shake. She tried to stand up, but she was having a hard time. "It's you," she struggled to say. "It's actually you," this time Rias gave a sad smile. "It is," she finally replied. Suddenly, without warning, Sona was in front of Rias, her fist meeting Rias's face, sending her flying across the room. "I deserved that," she mumbled aloud, just loud enough for the surprised audience to hear. "You're damn right you do. How do you just disappear on everyone like that?" Sona yelled furiously. It was clear that she had been distraught at her disappearance. Rias sighed. "What can I say? Sitting around waiting for my fate to be decided for me just didn't seem like a viable option. I didn't want to be stuck in a cage of expectations. I certainly didn't want to be a slave to some no-good womanizing jerk." Sona gritted her teeth. "Couldn't you have fought it?" "I did, and didn't run away doing it." Rias shook her head, still on the ground. Maybe. It's a possibility, but what other binding responsibilities would I have been expected to perform? My family was about to sell me off due to not showing signs of having the family ability. That, and where would I be now? I'm currently one of the most powerful devils in the underworld, if not the strongest in raw power. The others would likely beat me due to their mastery of their power, but it's an impressive achievement nonetheless. Even further, look at all the wonderful friends I made, she said with a bright smile as she pointed toward her new comrades. All true. In fact, your story is famous, legendary even. At least 5 houses have issued complaints about their children setting off for the Sinlands for their shot at an adventure. If you can do it, so can I, is what they say. Hell, I've thought about going on an adventure myself, if only to get strong enough to accomplish my dream. Sona said, a soft smile clear on her face. Anyways, Rias started as she got up. I'd like to introduce my friends. Starting from left to right, that's Akame, my prestigious assassin. Hi, Akame had a small smile as she did a light wave. It's Death Partas, ice-based combat specialist and seasoned general. Nice to meet ya, she said with a sneer that had the 3 peerage members shivering. Hanabi Hyuga, a close combat and recon specialist, she continued, clearly not bothered by Estetha's antics. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hanabi said politely, the Hyuga training shining through. Laetitia D. Arc. It's nice too. Before she finished, Kiba interrupted. Are you related to Jean D. Arc? She nodded. I'm her descendant and due to vampiric experimentation, I've merged with her essence and spirit. I'm in a similar position. I'm Artoria Pendragon. It's a pleasure to meet you, as she did a knightly bow. Suddenly a wave of potent killing intent radiated off of Kiba. His eyes seemed to glow as he stared at Artoria, ready to rip her head off. However, before he could so much as twitch, Rias had gripped his neck with the same force that broke Riser. Her eyes blazing with a calm fury. Rias. Sona stood up, ready to intervene. Me? What about this insect? Her eyes narrowed. How dare he look at my comrade, intending to attack without provocation? I should kill him where he stands. Sona's eyes widening, realizing this was getting bad. She hadn't planned any contingencies for this. She hadn't realized Rias would bring anyone related to those swords. Quack, Kiba struggled for air. He couldn't breathe and he was on the verge of passing out. He realized he screwed up. He couldn't help himself. The person closest to an original wielder of the swords, as you can get, was standing right in front of him. His body. His spirit. His hatred acted on its own. Rias, you need to stop. He didn't mean to. He has a complicated past. Sona was panicking. She knew Gremories valued their friends, but she didn't realize it'd be this bad. The problem with Rias is, with her doing all this, she probably sensed Kiba about to attack through her ability. It wasn't a prediction, she saw it happening. Who doesn't? She was just about to end the insect when a hand pressed on her shoulder. Please let him go. I would like to hear why he has such a profound loathing for me. Artoria requested. She didn't want this boy to die for what she would only assume was a twisted sense of revenge. Maybe she can help him out of the chasm. She certainly had his attention. Letting him go, Rias looked back at Sona. I think we're done here. I will not stand by and allow my comrades to be looked at with such intent. Artoria, we'll be here for 2 weeks. You can visit him for a conversation at your leisure. If he attacks you again, you're free to defend yourself. Actually, you're free to take his life. I will handle any fallout, she said, making everyone in the room wince at the coldness of the statement. Before I leave, though, I was hoping we could finish introductions. She then pointed at Valerie. This is Valerie Teeps, a mid-ranged specialist in healing, alchemy, and close combat. It's good to meet you, Valerie said, clearly a little strained. Last, but certainly not least, Ingvild Leviathan, a long-ranged support specialized in augmenting dragons and wielding absolute control over water. Ingvild did a light curtsy. Sona's eyes narrowed on that one. The last name was a potential concern. There was also her pride compelling her to see who's better. As practical as Sona usually was, she had pride in her control over the water element that sometimes drove her to be a bit rasher than she'd normally be. Maybe she'll request a training session with her in the near future. All right, I will wake mine quick. Kiba is my knight, a swordsman. Kaneko is my rook. And Tsubaki is my queen. For the uninitiated, that means Kiba receives a speed bonus from his evil piece, Kaneko's strength, and Tsubaki gets a full all-around bonus. She stated quickly. This meeting needed to end to let things cool down. Alright, it was nice seeing you again, Sona. I may not be sorry about my reaction, but I am of how this meeting turned out. Please sort out your dog before he gets himself killed. She said seriously. She didn't want to antagonize one of her best friends, but she had a responsibility to her comrades and she'd bear it with pride. That and Gremorys were extremely caring for their servants in general. That trait was magnified in her with her new power. As I said earlier, if you would like to talk, seek me out. I don't think I've ever met someone with such a profound loathing for my person, so it would be beneficial for the both of us. Artoria said to Kiba with a light bow. With that, Rias's group flashed out. Sigh, what was that, Kiba? She said with a stern look. She almost lost him today. If Rias wasn't one of her best friends, then Kiba would be ashes in the wind. Kiba, still panting on his rear, looked up at his king. I know. I messed up. Sighing, he continued. I just couldn't help myself. She was likely the chosen wielder. The one they were using as a blueprint for the experiments. I couldn't help it. She was so close. Without focus, his eyes moved toward the group. Kiba, I haven't been through what you went through, but I want you to know this, she started, her eyes boring into his. Soul merging is known as perhaps one of the most painful processes one can go through. You had light injected into your soul. It's a painful process, but ultimately mortal in nature. She had her soul ripped apart and joined to another, an existential threat. I know you want revenge, but you have to recognize those who bear the same pain. You're dismissed for the rest of the day to cool off. I expect you here an hour early tomorrow morning to catch up on the pertinent work on your desk. She finished and walked back to her desk to start working. She was a little disappointed. This was supposed to be a happy occasion, but her peerage just made it quite difficult. Hopefully Rias is as forgiving as she used to be. President, Kiba mumbled. Sona looked up from her desk. Yes, I want to take up her offer. I need to understand her. He hadn't even considered her situation to be in any way similar to his. Her eyes were too bright, full of conviction. How can one's eyes have so much light after something like that? Sona was silent for a second. She needed to consider whether this was really a good idea. I'll reach out to her on your behalf. It shouldn't be necessary, but their team is cautious of you now, so this will be best, Kiba nodded. He would make this right. One way or the other. Joint faction compound Rias's room, Rias's POV. Walking into her room, Rias shook her head and moved to sit on her bead. It was definitely a simpler room than she had in the Gremory mansion. That's definitely a good thing. It was more modern with a 55-inch flat screen mounted on the leftmost wall. A full sectional couch in front of it, a king-size bed in a sub-room deeper, and along with a full kitchen on the right side of the room. She really appreciated the use of dimensional expansion magic. Really, Azazel outdid himself this time. She had dismissed everyone as soon as they finished teleporting outside of the building. They'd teleport inside the building, but that would be a security concern. Teleportation arrays can be hijacked by experienced mages after all. Everyone was either training, reading, or relaxing. She herself planned on going into training in the next hour or so. Before she finished, though, she decided it would be best to see if there were any major events that would happen in these coming weeks. Reaching out through her power of prophecy, she focused as images started filtering through. A battle rages forth in front of Kuo Academy. Kokobeel, Loki, and one other stand before them, faces twisted in madness. This part was expected. It looks like the information was accurate. Great black talons rip through the dimensional gap, tearing a hole to the school. Out of the dimensional gap comes a dragon or a hydra, or both. It was a black 7-headed dragon with a single horn on 4 of its heads, while the other 3 had 2. Between its scales and covering its horns was an amethyst-colored energy. Once it fully stepped through the portal, power gathered in its mouth as Kuo and the entirety of Japan was wiped off the face of the earth, the defenses doing nothing to stop its wrath. Shocked, she didn't know what to think. What was this thing? Why did it come here? Was that Kokobeel and Loki's design? No, this doesn't benefit either of them. They both yearn for a war to achieve domination. From the look of that thing, it desired only destruction, and the worst part of it was, she felt kinship on some instinctual level to it. Maybe that had something to do with her affinity towards destruction. If she had to make an educated guess, the unknown party is somehow responsible for summoning that thing. She needed to get this to her brother and warn the other factions. Well, they wanted a common enemy, she thought as she shook her head. Now they have won. Let's just hope we're powerful enough to battle it or stop its summoning. Then suddenly she received another image. 7 pairs of eyes were starting directly at her. Interesting, it mumbled. To think someone so young would be able to make it this far. Amused, the dragon continued. Well then, considering you've reached this far, I would meet you face to face. In 1 week, my spirit will descend upon your world, and we will have our introductions. If I were you, I would come alone. We have similar authorities, so you should be able to survive my power. The others, though, not so much. Until then, as it finished, she felt herself get pulled back and her vision faded to black. As she opened her eyes, she realized that she was soaked. It was such an experience that she looked as if she had just run 1,000 miles. Then a thought came to her mind. Are the first set of visions even accurate anymore? She may have just gained an opportunity to stop whatever that dragon was. Based on its mention of a similar authority, its mention of itself as a being not currently on this world, and its resemblance to a draconic equivalent of the rumors concerning the apocalypse beast, she could infer that it may be that type of being. But from whatever world it's from, hopefully it doesn't need to feed. She wasn't completely sure anyone, but Ophis and Big Red could take it on. Even if they did, the battle would devastate the world from the shockwaves alone. This would hold true even if they fought in the dimensional gap. I should train. There's no better way to cool my head. I'll bring this to the leader's attention afterward. She needed to cool her head, so she got up and started moving toward the training space. Mansion Training Dimension 1, Rias's POV. Rias sat down meditating. She was currently exploring ways to use her divine ability. Then she had a thought. What if I focus my vision on all things end? Maybe I could try to specify using it for something other than killing, like movement. Closing her eyes, Rias initiated her vision and followed her thoughts. Rias could be seen propelling herself forward, then a second later she was miles away. She didn't seem to use that much energy, but it did seem like the her in this vision had a lot more control over the leakage of the energy expended during the skill. Looking at the skill, her authority was definitely in use, and she seemed to be partially transformed. Her shoes and stockings disappeared, and in their place were smooth cerulean dragon scales. The dragon scales covered her legs like socks that went up to her thighs. The eyes could also be seen glowing a bit as the vision faded. Reviewing the vision, she started with the obvious fact that her new scales didn't match Riser's account of the dragon she projected in her mindscape. It looks like the addition of the dragon aspect changed things a bit. If coloration was important, and it probably wasn't, then it seems like her form reflects the smaller total percentage of demon influence. It wouldn't be a stretch after the Trinity was created in her power. The other thing she paid attention to is what she did in that vision. It looked like a teleport, but space wasn't being manipulated. Let's look at the name of the authority. All things end implies destruction, but that may be my bias due to the previous functions of the power of destruction. Could there be more to it? She thought as she began to look at the effects of the ability. Destroying space should have had a rebound effect on the environment. It would be clear. At least there should have been movement, even if the rebound wasn't as violent as she expected it would be. Instead, it was calm, like an undisturbed ocean. Well, it is a conceptual ability. Maybe I should think of my journey as a line and then use the ability to instantly reach the end of that line. It's worth a try. She stood up, preparing to try her new ability. Focusing on her hypothesis, she looked at a large boulder about 100 feet away. Focusing on her ability, she gazed at the boulder, trying to will her ability to bring her there. It didn't. Not only didn't she move, she felt kind of silly in the process. Trying this process for another 10 minutes or so, she began to get frustrated. What else am I missing? Am I off the ball with this? Is my ability just Power of Destruction version 2? As she was about to try another hypothesis, she paused. Wait, how can I end a journey I never started? She realized as she remembered how the her in that vision leaped in the direction of the teleportation point. She might be able to ignore that rule when she's mastered that ability, but it might be required now, especially if she were warping reality to accomplish it. Looking back at the rock, her form crouched and launched toward it, focusing her ability and the journey she was trying to end. She began to gather power. An instant later, she was there. And fell on her face, but if one were to look closer, a bright smile could barely made out. This would take practice though. Behind her, a giant crater could be seen from the point the ability functioned. She needed to prevent any leakage or else this ability would be just as dangerous to use as the others, and she definitely didn't want that. She also noticed that using the ability this way placed a great strain on her mind. She estimated that she'd only be able to do that a few more times in a short period of time. With practice, the mental strain should lessen. She was excited though. A new direction to take my abilities. Something I can learn that's mine, that isn't destruction. The possibilities for this ability are endless. Later that day, Rias went and discussed the vision with her brother. Aside from giving him a memory crystal from the interaction, he pretty much told her that he would make plans with the other leaders. Unless otherwise stated though, the plan would be the same. Student Council Office, 2 days later, Sona's POV. Sona and Kiba were alone in the Student Council office. Sona had set an appointment with Artoria to sit down with Kiba. She would have liked to leave them alone for the conversation, but she needed to be there in case Kiba lashed out again. Based on the power she felt from the girl and the experience likely inherited from King Arthur, she really wasn't worried about her. It was just her responsibility as a king to be present and aware of critical developments that may affect her members in a long-term manner. She was not one to run away from problems with her peerage. She would formulate a plan to deal with their traumas and execute it methodically. As it executed, she would be there with them every step of the way. The funny thing was that if Rias hadn't gone on her epic adventure, then she would likely just procrastinate on the problems of her peerage and hope someone else dealt with it. It's how she used to deal with her problems before they reached the breaking point with Riser. Suddenly, right at the appointed time, a golden teleportation circle lit up and Artoria stepped out. With everyone else from Rias's pillars not present, they could feel the sheer aura of divinity shining through. It surprised them that someone with such a pure divine aura could also be a demon. That was something they would have to consider. Everyone assumed demons were creatures of darkness due to their association with Lucifer, but the reality is that they existed long before he did. It may well be discovered that they fall closer to neutral. She did hear that Rias seemed to be unaffected when mentioning the biblical God. She had assumed it was due to her newfound divinity when she learned of it, but maybe that may not be entirely the case. "Thank you for setting this up, Ms. Citri," Artoria said, bringing Sona out of her thoughts. Artoria walked up to the only available chair in the room, which just coincidentally happened to be across from Kiba. Seeing that the guest was in the room, Sona decided to start the meeting off. "I should be thanking you. Not many people would offer a private meeting after what you experienced." Artoria laughed. "It's fine. I can tell that Kiba has a noble spirit. His eyes are just clouded by the pain of hatred. A poison that weathers the mind and twists one's ideals. I can see that salvation is possible by what I see in his eyes. He just needed a little bit of help and I would be honored to provide it." She finished and looked toward Kiba. His hands were shaking. Here sitting in front of him was King Arthur, or the closest one could come to him, and he had to keep his calm. He was glad Sona was in the room. It was one of the primary things keeping him from running a sword through her throat, or trying at least. After a few moments, he took a deep breath and started off. "I'm sorry," he got out. Taking another breath, he continued. "As you've inferred, an event happened to me and a lot of other kids many years back. We were experimented on to produce an artificial wielder of the fragments of the holy sword Excalibur." He paused, took another deep breath, but before he got to continue, Artoria interrupted. "Wait, what do you mean fragments? How did it shatter? It shouldn't be possible." It happened shortly after King Arthur's death. The three factions fought for the sword, and in a final confrontation, the sword was shattered. Sona elaborated. Question then. Has the Lady of the Lake been sighted since that incident? Sona nodded. It's rare that she's seen, but I've heard from my sister that she's visited her lake a few times and gotten to talk with her. Artoria then shook her head. Then the sword isn't shattered. Lady Vivian attached a part of her soul to that sword. In a way, her true body is in it. It was her success at creating a next-generation sacred gear as a means of overseeing the artifact. The form most people witness is an astral projection, since she's not really trapped, just filling a container as water fills a cup. If a sword was shattered, then it wasn't Excalibur, probably a recreation, a fake. The eyes of Sona and Kiba widened. Wait, wasn't Excalibur created by men? Sona asked with burning curiosity. Artoria shook her head. No, the blade was forged by the will of the planet. The will that gave birth to the primordial gods forged it and tempered it in its core for thousands of years. It was created as a weapon to protect the world from outsiders. It holds a similar role as Great Red. When humanity begged for hope, for salvation in an age where they were mere cattle to the supernatural, it answered by tasking Lady Vivian to bind herself to the sword and make sure it was wielded by the right person. The binding was especially necessary since it was deviating from the original intention it had when it created the sword by saving humans from a non-otherworldly species. When King Arthur died, the sword was returned. I don't know where it is now, but the sword is not brittle enough to shatter, even if Shiva used his full power on it repeatedly for 1,000 years. I'm not sure if I'm fated to wield it myself, but I will be ready in case I'm called. Kiba was conflicted. He couldn't destroy Excalibur. If Shiva couldn't do it, he definitely didn't stand a chance. Then again, it wasn't the blade he was aiming for. That blade was a fake. He could go after the 7 fragments without worry. Suddenly, he felt worse than he felt going in. He was ready to kill her, and she wasn't even related. I'm sorry. About? She tilted her head, confused about why he was apologizing. I acted out like that without even having all the facts. I could have killed an innocent person. And that would make me no different than them. She shook her head. No, it's a twofold problem. You didn't have all the facts for one, but that can hardly be blamed on you considering that the misinformation concerning Excalibur's origin seems to be a common misunderstanding. Would you agree, Miss Citri? Sona nodded. That's true. The myth that we believed is the common understanding, and please, call me Sona. Artoria nodded. I'll make sure to. Anyways, the second problem is that your hatred is so overwhelming it encourages you to lash out. Hatred is not a thing that can be pointed at with specificity. No, it is a force of nature that dilutes your sense of morality. It causes you to act in ways you wouldn't have even imagined doing, all in the pursuit of justice. Mordred was a great example. In the beginning, his anger at Arthur may have been justified, but as their conflict raged on, it became a hatred so strong that he wasn't himself anymore. It wasn't about his perceived justice anymore. It was about destroying Arthur and all that he held dear. Even Britain wasn't off the table. Artoria sighed. His anger would have driven him to destroy the very country he was trying to inherit. That got Kiba's attention. That could be him, reflecting on some of his actions in pursuit of revenge. Hell, even what he almost attempted a few days back would have been something he would have looked down upon previously. He would give this some thought. Sona looked at the finishing exchange with barely hidden glee. The situation's resolved without any trouble. Maybe Rias and I can catch up now that there's no bad blood on the table. All right, time to wrap this up before anything else can go wrong. She then looked towards Artoria with a thankful expression. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this morning. We really appreciate the time and the grace you've given us. Artoria shook her head. No, this is the least I can do for someone needing salvation. It's my duty as a woman trying to live up to my ancestors' legacy. Training Dimension 2, Hanabi's POV. Walking into the replica of the town they were currently staying at was kind of odd. She understood that this was supposed to be a separate dimension, but this was ridiculous. Hanabi and Laetitia had decided to train together so they could test some of their abilities in battle. They deemed it especially necessary after going through the changes following the pillar process. Artoria would be joining them after she was finished with her appointment with Sona and the Avenger. Shaking her head, she couldn't help recall a certain raven-haired boy he reminded her of. She shook her head. Well, at least he isn't emo, just incredibly self-destructive. She turned her head toward Laetitia. What do you think? Looks like it should work. Indeed. We can even practice our tactics for maneuvering through this town. We may not be participating in the defense, but that doesn't mean we can't watch the town for opportunists who want to try something during the scuffle, Laetitia said amicably. She was a little disappointed by not being able to attend, but she understood the rationale. Deception can win many battles, even if it's toward your own people. She understood that even better after hearing about the biblical God being dead before her ancestor was even born. So, what did you want to test first? Hanabi asked. She was curious on the new abilities Laetitia would show. I want to start by testing my sacred flames. Before, they had a holy component to it, but I have to check now that we've become demons. With that, Laetitia took out her silver sword. With a thought, it was engulfed in golden flames. Within moments, a wave of heat blasted in their faces. Clearly, the flames had gotten much hotter since the last time she had used them. They could also feel the sacred aura perfectly infused into the flames. What had once required her to use Balance Breaker to achieve, she could now do in her most basic state. Wow, that's hot. It actually reminds me of these flames another clan of our village used to be able to do. Those flames were said to be those of Amaterasu and could burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Hanabi exclaimed. Really? For a whole clan to be able to use flames at this level is more than a little terrifying. Laetitia replied a little disturbed. For a whole clan to possess flames like these in her village would be hard to fathom. If she remembered the stories Hanabi used to tell her correctly, then the clan was mostly wiped out. How had a clan like that been wiped out so easily? Even if we're one of their own, it shouldn't have been possible. Laetitia silently pondered. In any case, it looks like your flames are working well. Can you do any long-range attacks with them? Hanabi wondered. I should be able to. I was before, but I didn't have enough energy to use those kinds of attacks very frequently. They're very wasteful when targeting someone at my level or greater. Considering the massive increase to our reserves, I should be able to do them better now, Laetitia said as she turned toward a tree in the distance and raised her sword. Golden flames began to build on the sword and condense into a thin golden film covering the blade. Quickly, her sword was swung and a golden arc of light shot forth. In a flash, the tree and everything else in the path of the blade was cut down. The arc traveled to a mountain in the distance and exploded on contact. A large gash could be seen in the mountain and an ocean of golden flames burned the nearby forest. Wow, Hanabi commented. That's pretty terrifying. How much effort did you put into that one? Not much actually, Laetitia looked in horror. She needed to work on her control. She could cause a lot of collateral damage with this, and that wasn't what she wanted. The only place she could fight currently without causing changes in the landscape would be the Sin lands in the underworld where materials were naturally denser due to the dense ambient magical energies. Considering your caring personality, I'm guessing control will be your focus? Hanabi asked with a teasing smile. Absolutely. I need to be able to use them on a smaller scale. At best, I can only use these flames at short range. I need to learn to control the output of those long-range ones. I'll leave trying out the Balance Breaker ability for later. Laetitia nodded, not minding the tease. All right, my turn. Hanabi said as her white eyes turned a glowing blue with a white flower-type design glowing where the pupil should be. Unlike her Byakugan, these eyes didn't cause any bulging in the veins leading to her eyes. I remember one of the Otsutsuki on the moon using these eyes against Kagaya during the final years. He had gained them by stealing my father's Byakugan and implanting them. According to witnesses of the theft, he had been looking for me, but I was in another shelter at the time and he was in a rush. Despite all that though, he failed and died. One of the things I noticed about him was that he wasn't able to use his power to the same degree as her. Sure, she had another eye with other powers, but he leaked out chakra like a faucet. Everyone else on the same level did the same, which appeared as some flashy cloak representing their enormous chakra. Kagaya didn't though. The only thing that changed about her when using enormous amounts of chakra was the waving of her hair and the opening of her third eye. I want to control my power like that by the time I face her. I need to at least contain my power like she did. She's in a full power state all the time, and no one would even realize it. That would make sense. Wasting power in any capacity is sinful on the battlefield. Especially in a fight where beings of a similar level of power are our opponents, we can expect they'll likely have more experience than us. After all, it is not normal to gain power as quickly as we have. They would have normally spent decades, centuries, or even millennia getting to that level of power. We must relearn and master our fundamentals if we are to stand a chance. Laetitia said with a smile. Speaking of, can I see this chakra cloak of yours? It sounds fascinating, she asked with stars in her eyes. Hanabi sighed. Sure. Here I go, she said resigned. A moment later, she was engulfed in a cerulean chakra cloak which covered her from head to toe, her hair waving in a similar manner to Kagaya's. That's splendid. Laetitia clapped her hands together and marveled at the sight. Looking down at herself, Hanabi noticed the difference in color and noted its resemblance to the standard color of a certain demon goddess. Looks like our boss has had more of an influence on me than either of us expected, Hanabi concluded. Indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if she impacted my abilities as well, though if I had to guess, it would be my balance breaker. It used to have a heavy influence from the biblical god due to the collective devotion of both myself and my ancestor. Now that the loyalty has shifted, so will the influence. At least I think so. Powering down, Hanabi noticed that her outfit had changed. She was wearing a sleeveless lavender kimono top with a white haori. The haori had a tensigen on the top of the back with 3 rows of tomo under it. It honestly looked like a combination of her master's choice of clothing and her ancestor Himura's from the clan records. I guess this is my equivalent to your silver armor, Laetitia, Hanabi said with a chuckle. Looks like it. Now, let's start the practice session in earnest, Laetitia said, getting serious. Right, Hanabi finished. With this, both of them moved to different parts of the dimension and began practicing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.